from around the corner. I'm gonna see if I can walk around this side of the building and it's fucking crazy, man. You know, the part that really stands out to me is this is not, like, the turnout here, it's not just the black community, it's all of LA, you know? It's Latinos, white people, everyone came out for this. Like, it is a nationwide, a global problem, really. Not, you know, it's not one group that cares about the issue. Everybody does. I'm gonna see if this side of Grand Park can get us a better interview the National Guard. They might have orders not to talk to anyone on the camera. I don't know, but I will ask. That happens. So I'm just on the outer rims of it now. We're gonna walk in deep to the middle of the protest. This is just the outskirts. I mean, this goes on for blocks and blocks and blocks all around the city. Yeah.
So the group can make it to wherever it is they want to go. We did hear there may have been some issues with some stalling. If you look over here, you see some police making their way over there as well. And also in the streets over there, like we said, when we saw the police go out before, we were told that was for traffic control to make sure none of the protesters get hurt, nobody in the crowd gets hurt, because they are walking down these busy streets down here. Now you see traffic backing up. This is the traffic that's backing up as you see those officers make their way over there. This is northbound Euclid, and you see the officers making their way over there, and the big crowd on kind of a catty corner from the police department City Hall area where we're at. And we see more sirens coming in here. But like I said, so far the message we're getting every time we've asked about the sirens and because we've seen police rushing out of here a few times in different directions, every time we ask about it, they say they're going out there simply to help with the crowd and the crowd control. But now you see them over there on Euclid, so we're going to make our way over there here in a little bit and see if we can figure out more about what's going on. But you can see the images here, traffic backed up as these folks come to kind of near the end of their march. They made their way a good ways around the city. It was a long walk around the city before making their way back to where we're at right now. And now they look like they're at a standstill. I don't know if they're negotiating with the police or talking to the police about which way they want to go next, or if there's any kind of agreement to let them come over here near City Hall. I don't know what that discussion is right now, but we'll try to get over there and take a listen here in a moment.
Chip, over here in LA County, we have a curfew that was extended to 9 p.m. tonight. We know that in Orange County, it's city to city. What is the curfew for Garden Grove tonight?
They have a curfew of 6 p.m. tonight. So, and they did that after this protest. We got word of this protest. We heard about the protest. Next thing we heard was a message that came out that they were putting in a 6 p.m. curfew for this evening. So down the road here, as you can see over there, you see some of the officers getting ready. But back down here where the crowd is, you can still see them. The police looks like they've formed a line from where we're at, and the crowd is on the other side. And I don't know if this is how this is going to, end up. or if they're going to continue over here to City Hall. So, got to make my way over there and see if we can find some information about how this is going to play out. But you can see it's almost a standstill right now, especially for traffic, for the protesters, for police. Everybody just at a standstill still here on Euclid near City Hall.
No racist! Police! No racist! Police! No racist! Police! No racist! Police! I know! Police! 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 Police!
In a moment.
What are you guys talking about? Guys, seriously, it's not the time for that kind of shit.
Don't shoot! Hands up! 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 Don't shoot! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! When do we want it? Justice! When do we want it? Now! If we don't get it, shut it down! If we don't get it, shut it down! If we don't get it, shut it down! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! When do we want it? Justice! When do we want it? Now! If we don't get it, shut it down! 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 Black lives matter! 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 Black lives matter!
Protest got ended when somebody decided to say something. That was Nelson Mandela. He had landed him in prison for 21 years.
I'm in prison for 21 years, but everyone coming from me up and some of you guys are going to be shot. I know things like none of you guys don't. Go, alright, simple as this. Go home tonight, go and Google quarantine your property.
Can I ask y'all something? All y'all standing right here. Can I ask y'all something? Are y'all robots or humans? I want to hear y'all voice. Right? Let me ask you something. Whose side are you on? Right? 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 Whose side are you on? Whose side are you on?
Whose side are you on?
Are you on? Captain! Captain, show your face! Show your face right here, Captain! I see you. Come down here and talk to the people. Whose side are you on? Where you at, Captain? Standing there with your feet. Whose side are you on? Whose side are you on? Whose side are
telling the protesters here, yes, it's great that you're out here with us and protesting, marching with signs, but that's not enough. That is not going to do it. One of the organizers, I asked also, where are we going to go from here? We keep marching kind of in loops. We went back to Hollywood where it started, and then now we're heading to Hollywood. It kind of sounds like they're done in West Hollywood. They said they took a knee over there. They took a knee in front of the sheriff's substation, and now they're making their way to Hollywood. We just don't know Of course, it sounds like they're going to keep marching eastbound on Sunset, but we just don't know where they're going to end up. But just thousands of people that we are seeing, again, very peaceful, holding signs in support of George Floyd, in support of Black Lives Matter. But things still very fluid. We, again, don't know how long this march is going to go. They are taking a knee, as you see there. And we will bring you another live report depending on, when they get back up and continue marching. But the only thing that's certain is that this march will continue. Micah, share.
Okay, Carlos Salcedo again from West Hollywood tonight. All 4 former Minneapolis police officers involved in the death of George Floyd are now in custody facing criminal charges.
KTLA's Corrine Winter has the latest developments in the case.
The bail amount for former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, it was just increased to $1 million, with his murder charge upgraded from third to second-degree murder. The other 3 officers have also been charged with second-degree murder, aiding and abetting. Their bail amount was also set at $1 million. Minnesota's Attorney General said winning a conviction against police officers is extremely difficult in cases like this, but that they had a duty to charge these officers.
The very fact that we have filed these charges means that we believe in them. But what I do not believe is that one successful prosecution can rectify the hurt and loss that so many people feel. The solution to that pain will be slow and difficult work of constructing justice and fairness in our society.
Ellison said while there has been a lot of outcry to hold all of these officers responsible for Floyd's death, that this decision to bring forth new charges wasn't based on public pressure, but instead the facts of this case. Cell phone video from the scene that day, of course, provided a lot of evidence. Floyd's family said it was important for them that these new charges be handed down before Floyd is memorialized tomorrow at a special ceremony in Minneapolis. The family's attorney, as well as Floyd's son Quincy, responded to today's charges.
I'm just thankful they arrested him. That's all I can say about it.
Yes.
It's relief.
We believe it was torture. I mean, how can you look at that video and say that they did not torture George Floyd?
Floyd's family also said today that while they are extremely relieved by today's developments, they're hoping that Chauvin will eventually be charged with first-degree murder. That's the latest in the newsroom. I'm Corrine Winter. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
And we go back out now to the scene in West Hollywood, a different vantage point of this protest that started at noon. And we go now to KTLA's John Fenolio. John.
Sharon, Micah, right now we are walking eastbound on Sunset Boulevard. As you can see, protesters, a large group of them, are just ahead of me right now. As Carlos and Sky 5 were discussing earlier, this all started earlier today in West Hollywood, and it has converged here near Genesee and Sunset Boulevard. There are thousands of people out here right now, and as you can see, they are all marching to protest police brutality, the death of George Floyd, and centuries of systemic racial injustice. Now, right now, this crowd is peaceful. People, of course, are gathering in the street. Others are following them with their cars. And everyone's getting along just fine right now. Of course, there is a heavy police presence ahead and behind us. We've also seen the police helicopter above, but right now, a very peaceful crowd. Would you like to talk to us on KTLA 5 News?
Oh, yeah.
Tell us, what does change look like to you?
It looks amazing right now. Look around you. Everyone's here, supporting each other, loving each other. So one cause, and that's what we look for.
All right, guys, I don't know if you can hear that. It's pretty loud out here, but as you can see, a lot of people still marching right now. And here's some of the signs. Never again. Black lives matter. Black trans lives matter. And black children matter. You can see the signs. Their messages summed up on the hand-painted signs you see right here. Share, Micah, back to you.
All right, John Fenolio, thank you. As the marching continues through West Hollywood in Orange County, the city of Garden Grove, where the crowd grows near OC Bureau Chief Chip Yost's position. Chip.
Hey there, guys. Had a little bit of a tense situation here for a few minutes. We're now at Euclid and Stanford, just a little bit of a block up or half a block up from where we were a moment ago. You may have seen earlier when we were with you, there was basically a standoff at this intersection at Euclid and Stanford. The marchers, the crowd, the protesters was estimated to be around 3,000 at one point. They were coming south here on Euclid when they got stopped by police. Police said they did not want them going into the Civic Center Park area here, so they formed a line, and there was a standoff for a few minutes. Cooler heads prevailed. There were some. They talked to each other, and the folks in the crowd have made their way back. It looks like they are now making their way back to the Clock Tower Park over here. So it was a situation there for a moment. Excuse me, Master, were you with the crowd here a minute ago? You know, that's fine, doesn't want to be interviewed. But like I said, it was a tense situation, but just as you were about to come on, they did get the folks to back up. They moved back to the park. The intersection is now somewhat clear. Excuse me, ladies, were you guys in this crowd here a moment ago? What did you see as far as you guys were coming this way? All of a sudden, we saw the police swarm. If you could look this way, we're with KTLA live on the air right now. Tell me what you all saw there as far as you're coming down here.
Unity.
Unity?
Yeah. Lots of cops, but very peaceful.
Yeah, it seems like could you hear the situation up here? It looked like it looked tense there for a moment between police and you guys.
Yeah.
But then it seems like some, talked things out and everyone went back to the park.
Oh, we didn't see any of that back there. It was all peaceful. It was all peaceful. It was all peaceful.
Tell me about that. What was the message? What did you guys come out for? And do you think the message you wanted to get out there got out?
The message is that Black Lives Matter, and our politicians need to start paying attention to that, and our voices and our protesting should mean something, and people need to pay attention to that.
Exactly. Our voices matter, and we will let them be heard throughout our democracy.
And were you expecting the crowd to be this big? We heard at one point 800, then we heard 1,000, then we heard 3,000. Do you have a guess how many people were there, and what did you think about the turnout?
We didn't look up any of the numbers. We just knew that it was our time and we needed to come out here and support this cause, and we just did.
It was really inspiring to see so many children here because they're the future, and I want them to grow up in a world that's better than this is.
What was the part you liked best about what you saw today?
I would say just everyone banding together, all types of people. It doesn't matter what color you are, what age you are. We're all here for the same reason.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. This is unity.
All ages, all different kinds of people getting together for this one cause is so beautiful, so needed right now.
And were you guys following the national news today? Did you hear about the
potential of not having your voice heard? Anytime that Black people go missing.
Definitely very glad that the charges were got worse, that were raised, but I don't think that's enough. I don't think just because he got charged with second-degree murder, I don't think that means the fight is over, and I worry that people are going to think that this is all done, but we need to keep this passion as long as we possibly can. We need to keep going until equality is achieved.
Right. It definitely means that our voices are being heard and that we matter, and every single one of us out here protesting, all of us, every single one of us matter, and it's working.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lise. Thanks for stopping and talking to us. Okay. So like I said, they were happy, I think, with how things turned out, getting their message across, and that's what we've heard all day from some of the folks we've talked to at these different protests. They wanted to get a message across. They felt they did, in large part, get the message they wanted to get across, and like I said, no big problems. The folks here have seemed to be working with police. There's that tense moment here, but it looked like they've all been cooperating. They've now gone back to the park. Someone left ahead there. Were you in the march here a little bit ago? Would you mind if I ask you a question? Oh, that's okay. Hi. Hello. But it seems like, both sides are kind of getting along and things are moving along. They've been able to do things pretty smoothly here in Garden Grove for now. Reporting live here in Garden Grove, I'm Chip Yost. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Chip, thank you for that. We're going to take a quick break here and continue to follow this breaking news. Back in a moment.
It's up. It's on them now. It's called Wicked, WCID 2020. That's one of the organizations I can really give for you. Are you dispersing? Oh, yeah, I'm dispersing. Is it okay if I take it back? Yes. No, I'll be here tomorrow, too. Yeah, hit me up. Go to the page, WCID 2020. Yeah, what can I do 2020? We got to stay in the group. Catch up with the group so you don't get lost left behind. What?
police cars. It's truly unbelievable. All that for a very peaceful protest that started with people kneeling, sitting. So I don't know. I don't know what they're planning on doing. I mean, technically, yeah, there was a curfew, 8 o'clock, but you know, how are you going to start arresting people who are kneeling for Black lives? You know, the worst they're doing is saying, like, suck my dick. I mean, it's not nice to say that, but, you know, they keep getting killed. So that's, you know, if that's the worst that police are going to get today, cry me a river. So we're going to wrap. We're going to wrap because, tell you the truth, we're not, you know, I just can't go all night. We've been going for like 4.5, 5 hours. My back is killing me. I don't need a third back surgery in 3 years. Jamal's got heavy equipment, so we'll see what's going on tomorrow and, you know, try to be back at it tomorrow. But hopefully through all of this, you're seeing, because I think CNN, MSNBC, all of these corporate outlets, they generally have been showing the arson. They've generally been showing the looting, the close dust-ups between police and protesters, but they're not really interested in being like immersed in the peaceful protests. Partially because I don't think many of the protesters would actually want to speak with anyone from CNN. Even me, who's, you know, generally on their side, the protesters, you know, they're suspicious of me if they don't know status quo or whatever, with good cause. I mean, most media is terrible, particularly local media. They just basically report what the police tell them as a press release, and they just keep on reporting stenography from the police. So we hope today, watching our march from...
Something we've heard a lot over the last couple of days. Under fire tonight is the city's budget that calls for a 7% increase in funding for the LAPD. City council members just today introducing a motion to cut funding to the department by upwards of $150 million. Council members have said that Mayor Garcetti supports decreasing the funding, though we have yet to hear that from him publicly. We are expecting to hear from the mayor tonight, addressing the city at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. No word on whether he'll address that issue, but again, council members have indicated that Garcetti is willing to support defunding the LAPD to some measure. We'll have to see where that goes within the city council, and of course, whether the mayor actually comes out publicly and supports that idea. But again, that's a big part of this rallying cry here in downtown Los Angeles over the last couple of days.
Yeah, and with the curfew now extended until 9 p.m. For LA County, and so that will be welcome news, I'm sure, for all of those thousands of protesters who would otherwise in prior days have 30 minutes to disperse. So they have until 9 p.m. tonight to protest in downtown Los Angeles, and it really just looks like the crowd keeps on growing.
Michael Woolman along with Cher Calvin here at 5:30 as we continue our breaking news coverage of the protests across Southern California. We saw in Garden Grove a large group there near City Hall along Euclid. We see this in downtown Los Angeles and as well in West Hollywood, a very large group of protesters where Carlos Salcedo is live along that route marching. Carlos.
I know. Hey, Micah, so we are marching on Sunset. It looks like we're approaching La Brea. We are approaching La Brea here, continuing the march into Hollywood. I'm here with Nick and Trinidad from Watts. You guys decided to come out here today. Tell me, how significant was it for you guys to be here?
It just means so much, not just for myself, a Mexican American living in Los Angeles. My husband, black man.
Hey, I have to support people. You know, I didn't remember it saying the white race, the black race. I thought it was the human race.
Yes.
So we have problems that need to be fixed peacefully. And with these peaceful problems, we can peacefully march out here and get a good resolve. I don't see any looting. I don't see any fighting. I don't see any throwing of anything. Everything is good right now. We're all just going to march until we can be heard. I hope the whole country continues to do it.
How important is getting that message out there about, respecting and honoring George Floyd's life in a peaceful manner?
It's extremely important because what you're doing is you're tainting his memory if you want to loot or you want to fight or you're going to just start some drama. Unfortunately, I see it with the younger crowd. I'm almost 40. The older people out here want to come out here and protest together and speak and have their voices be heard.
Do you think this is going to move the needle in the direction, change the public discourse there as far as, police brutality and racial injustice?
It's going to be the start of something, absolutely.
We're definitely going to start something, but I'm hoping it won't be demolished with what our president is doing. Our president's doing some wicked stuff. At one point in time, I always support my president, but some things you just can't support.
Vote, everybody, please vote. This is our time. We need to be heard.
Be out there, guys. Be out there. We have to be.
And as you know, there have been some bad actors. A few of the people, protesters, sort of breaking off and starting the looting, the vandalism. Do you think that takes away from the message at all?
Oh, yeah, because what it does, and black people say this all the time, you're making us look bad, man. You're making us look bad. We out here trying to make changes, and there's certain folks out here making us look bad. So one thing I want to say is stop, think, and support the correct way, not the appropriate way, not the inappropriate way.
One of the things I've seen, just the groups here, very diverse from all walks of life, different age groups, different races. Is that a positive sign? You think that really change is going to come?
Absolutely. That's where it starts. That's exactly where it starts. From our little ones to our adults, we just have to teach the little ones, look and see. There's all different colors, shapes, sizes. We are all one.
We're all one people. One love. We're a human race. We got to start acting like it.
All right, Nick and Trinidad from Watts, thank you. So you are seeing the protesters here. They've sort of stopped just right before La Brea. I forget, they stopped at a Wendy's. And some of them have their fist up. We hear some of the organizers chanting something. It's not quite... I can't really understand them from where we are at this point, but at this point, protesters have stopped. But as we've seen before, they will continue their march. It looks like they're going to be going into Hollywood. What time the march is going to stop? I talked to one of the organizers earlier. They said they're going to keep marching, have a timeline, a time frame. But as you know, there is a 9 p.m. curfew for LA County as well as West Hollywood. We will see.
Okay, it seems like we're having a little bit of trouble with Carlos Salcedo's live shot there in West Hollywood. We go back to the sky and overhead in downtown Los Angeles, where we have been seeing just thousands gather here in front of the Hall of Justice, and then also in Grand Park. Grand Park, of course, the site for where the 8th day of protesters have gathered. And, at the Hall of Justice, not far from City Hall, calling for the resignation of District Attorney Jackie Lacey. A lot of people upset about how she prosecutes officers. That's asking for her to resign. Of course, there is an election that is coming up in November. So, a lot of people, when they're talking about this protest, they tie it into the fact that the protests now will also matter more in November, and to go out and vote.
And you see this crowd beginning to move in some form or fashion. Where they might go, if anywhere, remains to be seen. It's difficult to predict with any certainty with a group this big what may happen. Yesterday, we saw a crowd not quite this big, but very, very large indeed at City Hall itself. And that crowd dispersed as the 6 o'clock curfew approached. We saw a handful of people arrested downtown yesterday that refused to leave, refused to disperse when the order was given. I can't give you an exact figure on that, but it was a significant number of people arrested in downtown Los Angeles last night. The crowd was peaceful. They just defied the curfew and defied the order to disperse. And as such, were breaking the law and were taken into custody. And we don't know at this point what the intention is of this crowd. The curfew has been extended to 9 o'clock in the city of Los Angeles for tonight. Also 9 o'clock countywide, though the county sheriff's department has indicated they will not begin to enforce the curfew until 10 o'clock tonight, even though it is officially set for 9 o'clock, along with the city of Los Angeles. So a lot remains to be seen here, but this crowd it seems to be moving a bit here. But again, we'll have to wait and see what, if anything, the crowd does other than what it's been doing at this point.
Wow, it is incredible to see that many people in downtown Los Angeles. We have covered many protests, but I think this is by far one of the largest, if not the largest, that we've seen in years. Now, a similar scene in Calabasas today as protesters took to the streets there. This was a scene around 4 o'clock this afternoon. Viewer Julie Pierce shared this video with us. More than 300 protesters held signs and marched at the Commons.
The National Guard has been deployed to the Westfield Culver City Mall. The city's manager says the entire Culver City Police Department has been working around the clock to prevent looting, but due to a number of threats to the mall and other surrounding businesses, the city needs the help of the National Guard so that local law enforcement can monitor other areas with potential threats of looting. The city has seen at least 10 burglary and looting incidents so far.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here on the KTLA News of this special coverage of these breaking news in Los Angeles. Back in a moment with more.
Live pictures once again from downtown Los Angeles as thousands are standing outside the Hall of Justice along Temple between Spring and Broadway. Among their calls tonight, defund the LAPD. They are calling for budget cuts, massive budget cuts to the LAPD. The proposed budget has a 7% increase for the LAPD. They want that rescinded and beyond. The city council, some of the members there introducing a motion just today to defund the LAPD by upwards of $150 million. We'll see where that goes, whether Mayor Garcetti publicly supports that as we see this crowd. Again, the curfew for the city of Los Angeles, 9 o'clock tonight. Last night it was at 6 o'clock, and we saw roughly 150 people arrested in downtown Los Angeles last night for defying the curfew, failure to disperse. What this crowd ends up doing tonight, obviously time will tell. We just don't know. But it's a very, very large crowd in downtown Los Angeles again today as they move along Temple.
Right, and downtown Los Angeles, West Hollywood, and also in Orange County, we see large crowds gathering today. And we want to go right now to Chip Yost. He joins us live from Garden Grove in Orange County. Chip?
Yeah, hey there, guys. Yeah, things winding down here. And you may remember, if you were with us a couple of hours ago, we spoke to these folks. This is Anthony and Veronica Payne, Cameron Blunt in the middle. They came in from the Inland Empire to take part in this. We talked to them. As you may have seen, the crowd, they estimated maybe about 3,000 people made their way down Euclid here, but things are starting to wind down. We talked to you guys at the beginning. You gave some great insight, and I saw you after we talked, and this was kind of touching. I saw you guys kneel and pray for a few minutes before you went out there. What were you praying for, and were your prayers answered today?
So, first and foremost, we gave glory to God. Thank Him for even having us out here, being alive. We prayed for our protection. Thank Him for the unity, and to keep us safe, and that He does hear us, and that we can actually make a difference. And I truly believe and feel in my heart, in my soul, my body and mind that we have made an impact. We are making a difference. They say change is slow, but we're out here fighting for it. So Black Lives Matter, always.
Yeah, and tell me, you guys put the signs together yourselves, so it looks like, you did the work.
No, actually, I wanted to get my family involved, the younger ones that aren't able to be out here, and I want to encourage anyone else who's out there who has little siblings or little nephews or nieces or anyone that can be a part of this, because this will be history and they do need to be a part of it. So we had our nieces make these posters, and we're very proud to hold them up and show their work, because they see what's going on too. It's not just adults that are seeing what's going on, it's children, it's everyone around the world. So I just want to encourage everyone to get the youth involved in a way that is best for you.
And we saw, I don't know how far back you guys were in the crowd. When it came to an end here, there were some tense, and I don't think you guys may have seen it. There were a tense few minutes where the crowd came here, and I think they wanted to come to the park, and the police kind of formed a line, and I thought, oh no. And all of a sudden, everybody listened to each other, and they went back to the park, the intersection cleared. And we heard that throughout the march. We were following on the different police channels. It sounded like everybody was cooperating for the most part along the walk, and you guys had a kind of we keep hearing the word peaceful protest, but a protest where there wasn't interference, if that's a better way to put it.
Of course, there's going to be moments of tension. I mean, this is something that's extremely serious. These are people's lives, and the fact that we weren't really a part of the tension that you had spoke about. We didn't really get a chance to see that, but thankfully it ended peacefully. Our object here is not to create war or disaster or anything of that nature. Our object here is to enlighten and awaken people to the fact of police brutality is a real thing, and us as African American and Black people are treated unequally, and that needs to change. That needs to change, and that's why we're here. So yeah, of course, there's going to be moments of tension and dialogue and discourse, but however, like I said, I'm thankful, glory to God, that everything ended peacefully. I think there's going to have a speech over there a little later, so it's just a beautiful thing, man, the fact that we can all be unified, people of all colors, of all nations. I know we've been watching the news, seeing how it's people all over the world, fighting for this, so.
And I don't remember, it was Cameron, you that said it. One of you said, you're not anti-police, you're anti-police brutality, I think was the phrase you used. If you have an audience right now, if there's some police officers out there who you think maybe don't understand what you're trying to get across, or police chiefs, what would you say to them right now?
Well, speaking of someone who is the nephew of a retired police officer of Chicago PD, not all police are bad, I just think that, you can't judge them all, because at the end of the day, when someone's hurt, police are there. So I just want to make that very clear. We're not anti-police. I just wish that, violence didn't have to occur, and brutality had to occur. And, at the end of the day, it's also a fight against racism, and if I could just say anything to the police, again, we're not anti-police. We just want to see things be better. So,
any final words you guys want to say?
Stay safe out here, everybody. Fight for the cause. Black Lives Matter. Absolutely.
Let's just end racism. Let's end racism.
Do whatever you can to help. If it's donating, if it's walking, if it's speaking out to your peers when you hear them say things, just do whatever you can.
All right. Hey, well, thanks again, guys. It's great talking to you. Have a safe trip back. They came in from the Inland Empire to participate in this today. Just a small sample of the larger group that is, some of them still down there in the park. Now, we should say there is a curfew set here in Garden Grove at 6 p.m. that'll start in about 13 minutes. We understand at that time, police are going to make an announcement about the curfew to the crowd, and then hopefully things go as well. They've gone the rest of the day here. So for now, reporting live in Garden Grove, I'm Chip Yost, KTLA 5 News.
Look at him. Look at her. Look at everybody around here. They're abiding by the Constitution, but guess what? We still get misjudged. We still get choked. We still can't breathe.
Hundreds of demonstrators descending again on Hancock Park outside the home of LA City Mayor Eric Garcetti.
The mayor has reached out to protesters, saying he understands their outrages about more than the criminal justice system, but also about society at large.
We want to go live to KTLA's Sarah Welch. What a picture that is, in a crowd in which has now moved to Hollywood. She joins us live with the very latest. Sarah.
No peace.
Sharon, Micah, good evening. If this doesn't touch your heart, I don't know what does. We're here right now with very peaceful protesters. These are the same protesters that gathered here at Sunset and Vine this afternoon. They marched through Hollywood to Hancock Park. They protested peacefully in front of the mayor's mansion, and then they came back here, and they are again protesting here this evening. We've been with these protesters all day. Jackson just spoke a few moments ago with this young boy here by his side. What did you tell the crowd?
That statistically, that this young man right here has a higher percentage of going to jail than he does becoming a CEO. And I want to look this man in the eye, I want to look this kid in the eye and tell him that he will become a CEO one day. But statistically, I can't do that. So I want to sit here and fight to make sure he doesn't get oppressed for the rest of his life. To make sure he doesn't have to go across the street in fear for his life. I want to make sure that he doesn't need to have that conversation with his mom and keep his fingers on the steering wheel. Don't give him a reason. Don't give him a reason. Just say yes. Hold your anger. This is a conversation every young man in Black America has. And it's crazy how I can't promise this kid that he's not going to become a CEO one day.
Will you be back out here again tomorrow?
100%. Yeah, tomorrow. I'm out here every single day that they will allow me.
Tonight, there's been a lot of talk about the police department budget. Your thoughts?
I don't think they need as much money as they do, especially in Beverly Hills. A couple days ago, I don't know if it was massively reported, but they shut off all streets entering into Beverly Hills, which benefits Beverly Hills solely. They didn't do that to Compton. They didn't do that to Inglewood. I live in downtown LA personally, and so I filmed 2 days ago a guy peacefully protesting, getting shot. He got shot with a rubber bullet. I have the rubber bullet. I took video of it. It's all over the internet. I am astounded. I am astounded how many people don't understand what's happening in America. And I'm really, really glad that people are. People are trying to do that.
Jackson, thank you so much for speaking to us. Ricardo, I talked to you earlier. Let me ask you a quick question. We spoke to you earlier in the day. Pardon me, Kayla. We're here now. Is your message resonating with people that aren't here at this protest?
There are people that aren't here right now that are really happy to see that we're out here. There are people that didn't believe that we could turn, an empty intersection into this. We not only turned an empty intersection into this, we took it all the way to the mayor's house, and we'll do it again and again. And I want Eric Garcetti to step down, but not before he must fire Michael Moore. Eric Garcetti has to fire Michael Moore, and then he has to step down. They have failed us. Garcetti has failed us. Moore has failed us. Beck failed us. It's over. There's no more it being okay. There's no more they might change. There's no more there are some good cops. Good cops have to prove that they're good people by taking off the badge. You have to say, I am not with the LAPD anymore. So we know that the people that are over on the other side of those lines with guns, that they are really gonna kill us or shoot us, because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that they keep on getting away on the good faith of other people, because some cops, maybe even a lot of cops, could be good. The ones that are bad means that nobody, no matter what they do, even though they kill people, even though there's a record of 600 plus people dying because of the LAPD, they still haven't been regulated. Why do we give them $3 billion? Do we give them $3 billion? Why? A people's budget. Google that. A people's budget. Defund LAPD. Abolish LAPD.
Ricardo, thank you. And you're Josiah's mom.
I'm his grandma.
You're his grandmother.
Yes.
You brought him today.
Because he really wanted to come. He has been at home saying, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. So we got there and we didn't see the places, so he was like, where is it? I want to march, I want to march, I want to march. Black Lives Matter. So he has been going on this all week ever since the protest started. So we brought him because he needs to know. He needs to know why they're doing this and the reason why we're doing this.
Thank you very much for speaking with us.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
So this QR code is actually just generated from the 8 Can't Wait campaign. And so what it does is it generates an email to our mayor asking for 3 very specific demands, and combined with all the 8, that would decrease police brutality by 72%. So it's the change that we need to do, and it's the activism that we need to make.
Thank you very much for speaking with us. Again, Sharon Micah, we're going to show you the crowd here right now. Very passionate, as you've been hearing all afternoon. Very peaceful, and they say they will continue these protests until they see some kind of change and reform. We're going to send it back to you.
Okay, Sarah, thank you. A bit of context to what you're hearing so much of today and in the days prior. Defund LAPD. The budget that is current, that is set to go in effect on July 1st, allocates a 7% increase as we look live over downtown LA to the LAPD's budget. Keep in mind the LAPD making up 18% of the city's overall $10.5 billion budget. And the city council members, including Council President Nuri Martinez, Councilman Herb Wesson and Curran Price, and Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez, just today introducing a motion to re-examine priorities, re-examine the public safety funding, and perhaps reallocate that money, as they say, to uplift disenfranchised communities. This motion would seek to decrease the LAPD's budget by up to $150 million. They will begin to meet on Monday, again, as this new budget is set to go into effect July 1st. This committee will meet on Monday within the City Council to discuss approaching this issue and perhaps moving it forward to the mayor's desk. No indication publicly from the mayor that he would support something like this, but that's the conversation at City Hall tonight that is taking place as we move through this week and into next.
Right, and again, live pictures from Sky 5 in front of the Hall of Justice, where calls for the DA Jackie Lacey to resign. Also, as you heard there from Hollywood, frustrations asking for LAPD Chief Michael Moore to resign, and also for Mayor Eric Garcetti to resign. We want to go up now to Larry Welk in Sky 5, who's over the scene where there just are thousands of demonstrators in front of the Hall of Justice. Larry?
What an amazing sight here. We're looking down right in front of City Hall, because the spillover from the Hall of Justice extends all the way down in front of City Hall here. Now, what we don't see is a lot of LAPD with shields, but there you see a giant crowd in front of City Hall. Back to you.
Larry Welk aboard Sky 5 over downtown Los Angeles. A quick break for us. Back with more. The KTLA 5 News at 6 on the other side.
Arrests are happening.
Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Should I peel off? Here they come, more cops coming. Get ready, guys. Yeah, get out of it, but be careful. Hold on 1 second, guys. There, yeah, we're getting yelled at over here. I'm trying to get a shot, but I can't get that close. It's starting to rain. Okay, cops coming from behind me. Starting to rain. Chaos and rain. We're going. Look out. Okay, all right. I'm gonna try and come up behind the group and see what I can see, what footage I can get hold Hold on, guys. I'm looping around the group behind to see what's going on back there. Whew. It's starting to rain pretty hard. Okay, this road's blocked. God, this sucks. Fucking rain. Right, dude? Okay, I'm coming up behind the group now. Just hold on, chat. Yeah, but I'm just gonna take a peek and see what's going on. Yeah. There's not much I can do here, guys. I'm just saying it's raining. I'm not gonna stop streaming, just chill, dude. Yeah, there's arrest happening right up here. Yeah, there's a big blockade. I can't get in. I'm gonna stay out. I don't think I'm sure there's more protests somewhere. So I'm not gonna leave just yet. So just hold on, guys. It's raining pretty hard. Hey, does anybody have any update to how long this rain is going to last? I'm at 51st and 3rd. That's where I'm at.
Oh, they trapped them in fucking shit.
Yeah, they're trapped in there.
Fuck.
Yeah, nobody's getting out of there. Well, okay, the rain seems like it'll last for 20, 30 minutes. I think I'm going to take a short break under some cover. And then we're going to make a move. Yeah, just hold on, guys. Yeah, there's massive arrests going on in front of me. I wish I could zoom in. I can try and get a little closer. Look at that. It's insane. That will stop by 9:30? Okay. I'm just going to hold tight for a little bit, guys. And we're going to regroup, all right? Just hold on. Dude, no, if you're telling me I shouldn't be afraid to get arrested because I'm white, I've seen plenty of white people get arrested, okay? So chill. There's more cops coming out over here. I'm under a tree, so I'm getting a little protection from the rain, but it's raining pretty hard. I'm not gonna leave. I'm gonna stay out for another hour or two. I'm sure there's another group somewhere around here. Yeah, Epic Games. There's cops right in like 10 feet in front of me, so I don't want to go near them. And they're all in the street right over here. Is it dead in Manhattan? Somebody give me some recon. Somebody give me some recon.
For what? No reason. They just walk and they start arresting them.
Yeah, seriously. No looting, no anything.
Look, he's telling them.
Yeah.
Tell them.
Yeah, there's no violence or anything, no broken windows or nothing. They're just walking.
Just walking,
yeah.
Fucking arrest mad fucking people, line them up. Got her hands up. Hell no.
Okay, I'm just gonna hang around. I need to let this rain kind of slow down a little bit, then I'm gonna make a move. I'm in a safe spot right now, and I'm relatively close. So I'm just gonna hang around for a little bit, guys. Just hold tight. If you want to take a break, bathroom break, get a drink of water, make a sandwich, and come back to the stream, now's a good time.
Look at this shit. And it's pouring.
Yeah, it's raining fucking hard. Thank you for the donation. Holy shit, thank you so much. Okay, it's sandwich making time, guys. Make a sandwich. Bathroom break.
Yeah.
Why do you think so many people are gathering tonight?
They're fed up. They're fed up with the LAPD and any other organization that doesn't care about black people or any people of color.
They're talking about the 3 officers in Minneapolis that were now arrested, adding to the 4th.
Right.
Does that do anything to sway the intensity of tonight?
Maybe a little bit, but there's, it never rests. There's other officers all over this country that were never convicted.
How late are you going to stay out here? The curfew's at 9. I know a lot of people putting a lot of stock in a curfew last couple of days. What's your plans for tonight?
I'm old.
We all are.
Yeah, I'm old. So.
All right, we're going to interrupt that live shot and take the mayor live addressing the city.
Community, academic, youth organizations that I'm going to talk about in just a minute. But I'm pleased to be joined here also by citizen volunteers who serve as commissioners on our city's police commission. President Eileen Decker, who will be here momentarily, our Vice President Shane Murphy-Goldsmith, and Commissioner Dale Bonner. Thank you, each one of you, for joining us here tonight to talk about this urgent moment for our city, for our country, and for our world. Let me start by saying that I'm glad to see the news of today out of Minneapolis, that all 4 police officers who were involved in the killing of George Floyd have been charged. This is the beginning of justice. We've seen all with our eyes the horrific actions that not just one officer took, but 4 officers took in a modern-day lynching to take the life away of an unarmed black man in America. This is an inflection point for our city and for our country, a moment when we will either rise and take this as the opportunity for hope and for progress, or yet another dark chapter that might have a momentary flash and go away. We can't afford that second possibility. And so I, as your mayor, and I know each one of you listening tonight, are committed to making sure this moment isn't just a moment. It is a movement to change who we are in America when it comes to Black America and our criminal justice system. We need to make a firm commitment to change, not just with words, but with actions. And last night I said I would come before you and do just that. It's a work in progress, and each night demands more. But tonight I look forward to sharing with you the commitments I am making, that our city council is making, that our police commission is making, to everybody on the streets right now saying when, how, what. The when is now. The how is together. And the what is racial equality, not just in our criminal justice system, but throughout our country, here in the United States of America. We need to make sure that Black Americans see an end to the days of murder in broad daylight and of traffic stops simply because of the color of their skin. If you have seen the massive, peaceful demonstrations in our city today, or if you were in one of them, then you know that it is time to move our rhetoric towards actions to end racism in our society, to never forget also our city's own well-documented contributions to those ill-fated chapters. The struggle that we've had in those who've come before us to fight for more equality in their generation, to not dismiss that progress, but to see it and ask for our generation to step up and do the same. We must move beyond reforms that we've put in place in our police department, and unfortunately that haven't been done in too many police departments across America. Whether it's being the first big city police department in America to put body-worn video cameras on our officers, releasing videos to the public that keep everybody accountable and that can tell the truth, hiring the most diverse and representative police department of any major city in the United States, and mandating, when nobody else was doing this, implicit bias training that gets to the heart of prejudice in each one of us, whether we wear a badge or not. because prejudice can never be a part of police work. The way we need to institute de-escalation training, not just once, but ongoing. And as we've done here, reward it just as we do medals of valor for bravery. It takes bravery to save lives too, because not every encounter or confrontation should result in the use of force. We need to keep moving towards a new model of peace officers, of a guardian-based system, of how we keep our communities safe, and invest long before any criminal activity ever comes to prevent it from happening in the first place, by developing long-term relationships between our youth and our police departments, like we do where formerly incarcerated Angelenos today work with officers to invest in young people through programs like Summer Nightlights and our gang reduction and youth development programs, which have grown by 50% thanks to the advocacy that we hear in the streets right now. I'm proud of these changes. We should all embrace that progress, changes that align with the call to action that our previous president put out to America in the face of too many deaths, with a commission we participated in on 21st century policing. Now we hear calls from Washington leadership to go back to 20th or 19th century policing, to get tough, to dominate, to not worry about people's heads, to dehumanize them if you put them into squad cars. This not only does not save lives, it costs lives. But it was my brother's keeper and the work that was in President Obama's Commission on 21st Century Policing that brought activists and mayors and city councils and police oversights together to address the use of force policies. And today, President Obama challenged mayors to sign that pledge, to look even today, no matter what you've done well in the past, to recognize that there are things that are still not right in the present. And I was proud to be one of the first mayors in America to sign that pledge. Thank you, President Obama. I also want to say that I'm so grateful. Departments aren't made up of numbers and statistics, but men and women. And there are men and women of our police department right now who are working 12-hour shifts, leading with their hearts every single day. There needs to be even more of that heart and love and compassion. And to those who are protesting, thank you. I'm listening. I hear those voices, and more importantly, we're working together on the actions that will make sure that those voices and those calls don't land flat, but that result in the changes we all need. This is bigger than just a budget, but I want you to know we will not be increasing our police budget. How can we at this moment? We have heroes who wear a uniform. I wore a uniform for 12 years in the Navy. And whether it's them or members of our National Guard who are here today, I know that they all would much rather be home. That they all want a moment in which the pain of this country goes away. And I know that the vast, overwhelming majority of them are ready to work to do that, to take the classes, to learn the training, to go inward. And as we've seen so many pictures that don't dominate the news, but the hugs given, the knees taken, the relationships opened up, and the dialogues that have happened, even as we have to hold ourselves accountable for everything on the street, whether we're the everyday public or our peace officers. In fact, tonight, I want to announce that we aren't just putting the work of moving forward on the shoulders of activists or of African Americans or of police officers. It's on those of us who you have elected to represent you to step up to this moment. I've been working very hard with the City Council, and we've been meeting with community groups and coalitions like the one that I told you I just came from, that represents so many amazing organizations, from the LA Black Workers Center to the Community Coalition, to unions like the Service Employees Union International, to folks who stock the shelves at our grocery stores, and teachers who teach our children every single day, to folks in the immigrant rights community and the east side of the city and the south end of LA, who came together to challenge us in very raw and in angry terms, because this is a moment for us all to be angry and sad, of whether our city council and I would commit to reinvesting in black communities and communities of color in those places left behind. A lot of people listening who might not know the statistics, many of which I shared last night, might not know that in America, the average white household has $171,000 of average household wealth, while in the black community that's $17,000. May not know that you're more likely, as I mentioned, to be homeless, to be incarcerated, to be sick, to be dying from COVID-19 if you're black in America. That we don't all start from an equal standpoint, and not only do we not start from, then on day one, because of the color of our skin, we don't have the same experience and treatment, whether that's from law enforcement, your own government, your health system, and so many other places. So today with our city council, with Council President Nuri Martinez, with council members Herb Wesson, Marquise Harris Dawson, and Curran Price, and so many other members of the council, from Mike Bonin to Mitch O'Farrell and others, we have all said we have to do something different. We hear what people are saying. And so I have instructed and committed to, in public to that group, that our city, through our city administrative officer, identify $250 million in cuts so we could invest in jobs, in health, in education, and in healing. And that those dollars need to be focused on our black community here in Los Angeles, as well as communities of color and women and people who have been left behind for too long. And will this involve cuts? Yes, of course, to every department, including the police department, because we all have to be a part of this solution together. We all have to step up and say, what can we sacrifice? We've done that as elected officials, putting that back in the pot ourselves. We've done that as civilian employees, putting that back in the pot ourselves. We've made cuts because of COVID-19. It's time to also make cuts because racial justice is something worth fighting for and something worth sacrificing for. And I want you to know that where we are spending, we will also be making changes and investments that can lead to structural reform, not just one-off payments for this moment, but a rethinking of how we can build on the successes of the past, but go much further than the present. One of our most important protections for our residents is that we have civilian oversight of our police department. 5 Angelenos, appointed by me, confirmed by our city council, all of them unpaid volunteers, and trust me, they all have separate full-time jobs, and this is like having a second job, often away from family, in the face of great anger, difficult issues. They serve all of us. They look at the policies that guide our police department. They oversee its operations, and they review all officer-involved shootings. And every Tuesday, as we saw yesterday, the commission and the police chief hold a meeting, a public meeting, where residents are given the opportunity to speak directly to the entire leadership of the department. I appointed these commissioners because I know who they are as human beings. They have sharp minds, but more importantly, they have hearts for justice. And they hold a common commitment to building a better, more just, and safer city. So tonight I can also announce important changes coming from the commission that this moment demands, calls for, changes that build on our historic reforms at other painful moments, changes that address what we are hearing from you. We will put a moratorium on putting people in the Cal Gang database, require officers to intervene when they see inappropriate use of force, to always report misconduct. And we will invest in young people through community services and youth development that will change lives so that we can keep people away from any criminal justice system. We will increase departmental training, as we've already started but need to do more, in implicit bias and increase discipline against inappropriate action. These things will strengthen accountability. As many people have said, nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop. We have to make sure that there is no culture of silence, that there is no culture of acquiescence, that there is no culture of being a bystander. There is only right and wrong, on our streets and the streets across America. It's just a start. And I know in a single night, it's never enough. We can't walk to the promised land in a single day, nor a single week, but we better get ready. And I know not everyone is going to be happy with each step. There is criticism from all sides when we change any of the status quo. But my commitment is to always push forward. This is a moment we have to look back in 20 years from now and say we did the right thing. As police officers, as public officials, and as the public, that we rose to this occasion to say we could do this together, better, different, stronger. And why? Because we believe that all lives are sacred. As we've shown during our COVID-19 fight, we need to show that in an even tougher moment demanding more of each one of us, starting with me. So to talk about the changes from the Commission, I'd like to ask the Commission President, Eileen Decker, to say some words, and then I'll come back, give some news about tonight's curfews and moving forward, what we can do to help our city. President Decker.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The demonstrations of the last few days have been transformative for the people of Los Angeles, for California, and our nation. The demands for law enforcement reform are being heard. Angelenos have been crying for a path forward that doesn't repeat the mistakes of the past, and the Board of Los Angeles Police Commissioners is listening. Today, this body, the Police Commission, is charged with the oversight of the Los Angeles Police Department and is establishing an aggressive reform agenda, which continues the evolution to our commitment to the 21st century policing principles that the mayor just addressed. In the past, this department has made historic changes, historic strides in our commitment and our continuing journey to prove our commitment to community engagement, meaningful partnerships, and constitutional policing. But we must do more. So tonight I will be announcing some of our commitments and steps forward. These are just the first steps in what is a continuing journey for greater accountability, increased transparency, and the strengthening of our public trust. So these reforms include a review and revision of the police department budget. The Commission is committed to work with the City Administration Officer, the Chief Legislative Analyst, and the Mayor's Office to identify $100 to $150 million of cuts from the Los Angeles Police Department's budget. We will work to further enhance community neighborhood policing, specifically the commitment to expand the community safety partnership sites and program. We will also work with the community and the department to reflect on and accurately portray the history of the police department that will be part of the training for Academy cadets, in-service training, and will be available for the public as well. We will work for modifications of enforcement strategies, specifically an immediate moratorium on new entries into the CalGang database until such time as the Commission has completed its review of the entire gang entry removal system. Further, an expansion of the juvenile diversion program to include all 21 geographic areas and divisions to lessen the incarceration of juveniles. Further, we will support meaningful, reformative legislation that other entities are responsible for. Specifically, we will advocate for a change to the city charter regarding the discipline of officers. We will publish new department policy that requires officers to intervene when other officers use excessive force and requires officers to report misconduct immediately. We will support the establishment of an independent prosecutor outside the district attorney's office for the prosecution of police officers who engage in misconduct. We will support legislation and work to improve juvenile diversion programs to ensure that as few juveniles as possible see the criminal justice system. We will work towards the enhancement of police training, specifically expand the mental health intervention training program to train a minimum of 900 additional officers this year and expand it further in the future. We will complete all de-escalation training and crowd control training for the entire department by the end of this year. We will deliver procedural justice training to everyone in the department who has not yet received it. We will further deliver implicit bias update courses to everyone in the department by the end of this year. We will broaden the risk management assessment issues, and this is very important to our community. We will review the process for the uses of force to determine if our early warning system can be used better to identify problematic officer behavior as soon as possible and intervene to be as effective as possible. We will determine additional ways to enhance greater oversight of officers who have exhibited a pattern of high-risk behavior. Further, we will expand the transparency and accountability efforts of the Commission. We are going to ensure that the materials that are available are made more transparent to the public and allow for ease of access to all of those materials when the public is seeking information on uses of force, complaints, crime statistics, department policies, and procedures. And we will continue the development of the Racial and Identifying Profiling Act data analysis to ensure that we are using that information as fully and completely as possible. And this is all in addition to the measures I addressed yesterday at the Police Commission meeting. I want to thank my fellow commissioners who have been working diligently on these projects and who want to accelerate all of them immediately to ensure that the public knows we are listening, we hear you, and we will move forward with our community, our Los Angeles, to ensure that we start the healing process for everyone and ensure the fundamental principles of fairness, equity, and dignity are available to every Angelino, not just some. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commission President Decker. That's a lot to take in, I know, for folks that are there listening and watching us. But that's an extraordinary list. It is, we hope, the nation-leading list. Los Angeles has been called in other tough times to step forward and not just to lead for this city, but to lead for this country. And I would encourage my fellow mayors and city council members and local leaders around the country to embrace this list of reforms as well. That these are the foundation for marching forward together and for ensuring that we save lives on the streets of our city and yours as well. We cannot just be anti-violence. We have to be pro-humanity. That's what tonight is about. We must be pro-belonging so that this is truly a city of belonging where everybody feels in equal measure that they belong to this city. Free community college, raising the minimum wage, expanding our fight against homelessness, banning the box, reducing our prison populations, growing our re-entry programs, expanding job training and placement. We've got to double down on this work now. It is that urgent, and everything on the street is as much about that as anything else. It's vital for Los Angeles to actively attack structural racism and support human rights in every way possible. And in our city government, we can do that in part by building departments that reflect those values. I know I have a lot of announcements tonight, but stay with me because we've got some more. That's why, thanks to the leadership of Councilmember Gil Cedillo, Council President Emeritus Herb Wesson, Council President Nuri Martinez, we've laid the groundwork for the first ever in our city's history Civil and Human Rights Department and a Civil and Human Rights Commission. And now, led by Capri Maddox, this department will be tasked with protecting Angelinos and anyone who works in or visits the city from discrimination that denies equal treatment in private employment, housing, education, or commerce by initiating and investigating complaints of discrimination, as well as enforcing the LA Civil and Human Rights Ordinance. And with the dogged determination of Councilmember Wesson, our partners Community Coalition, and Councilmembers Harris, Dawson, and O'Farrell, we've also established an Office of Racial Equity within this department, a team that will conduct research, outreach, and policy development to help us apply an equity lens to everything that we do, where we spend our dollars, how our programs impact communities, communities of color, and everything we do moving forward. And tonight I can announce that the first meeting of the Civil and Human Rights Commission will be late next week, and we will set up the department and have its Office of Racial Equity up and running by July 1st. That's months ahead of schedule and less than a month from now. We will push every day to make our communities free of discrimination that denies basic human dignity and violates our rights as Americans. Every step we take, every time we respond to the protests that we hear calling for change, when we enact smart police reforms, when we invest in human rights and we attack structural racism amongst us, all of it is meant to make sure all of us are safer and that all of us have a better Los Angeles. While we keep fighting to enact short and long-term change, we also need to make sure that we protect public safety now. So tonight, there remains in place a curfew. In the city of Los Angeles, people are required to stay indoors starting at 9 p.m., and the order will be enforced from 10. And that will last until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. This starts later than previous nights, which is a reflection not only of the peace that we've had on our streets, but the good policing that's been going on to make sure people who are breaking the law, separate from protesters, can be brought to justice in a way that is fair. But this starts later than other nights, and tomorrow, barring a bad night from tonight, the curfew will be lifted in the city of Los Angeles. When the curfew does take effect tonight, though, please stay inside and stay safe and obey the law. And if you're out past 9 p.m., you need to go home. Please, go home. The power of the day we see, watch it on TV, embrace it, understand it, and let's earn moving forward those steps that we all deserve to see enacted. And I'm still again urging everybody who's been out protesting to take a free COVID-19 test. Remember that this can incubate, so you might want to do one in a week, and a second week from that it can be up to 14 days. You may be asymptomatic and not even know you're sick. You may be taking every precaution that you can, wearing a face covering, keeping your distance, washing your hands thoroughly and frequently. And I encourage all Angelenos to keep that up. I was just informed, too, that we just had a large earthquake, as if things couldn't get worse. In San Bernardino, a 5.7 on the Richter scale earthquake. And of course, our hearts and our activities will go to support everybody in San Bernardino. And we're still assessing to see what that sort of damage is. But please, everybody, be safe, especially those our brothers and sisters in San Bernardino who are watching. If you've been out with a larger crowd in the protests recently, where it's hard to distance, and you don't want to take the risk, please get yourself a COVID-19 test. You can sign up for them at coronavirus.lacity.org/testing. And don't worry, you don't just get to do it once. Do it now, do it a week from now, maybe 2 weeks from now. And our largest testing center at Dodger Stadium remains open tomorrow, able to handle 6,000 tests, the largest in the country, as well as the Crenshaw Christian Center, which has been our largest one, and walk-up centers at Kedron Community Health Center in South LA, and also Carbon Health in Echo Park. Last night, as I concluded, I talked about the two paths that we have in front of us. We can choose hopelessness or hope. As a city and as a nation, that translates into real and concrete decisions. Are we going to settle for more division across race and class, unequal opportunity in our country? Or will we take this moment, this chance, this common ground that we all feel in our hearts seeing George Floyd's life as he called for his mama disappear? Will we take this moment and make sure that it results in the actions we need to see to build the nation that we all hold in our hearts? Will we bend the arc of history just a little bit more? We bent the curve when it was COVID-19. It's time for us to bend the arc when it comes to racial justice. And I ask all of you, in front of and behind the badge, all of us out there in protests or watching on TV, all of us that might be scared and confused to understand that there's fear that people have lived with every day of their lives since they were born, and that we have a role in reducing that fear and in saving lives. And if we do that, we will look back at this moment, as painful as it feels, and we will say it was one of the brightest moments in our city's and our nation's history. Thank you, Los Angeles. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Good evening, Mayor Garcetti. Good evening, everyone. This is Robert Kovacic from NBC4. We have a number of questions for you, Mayor, from my colleagues, but first, we all just felt the room rumble. I'm wondering, while you were speaking, did you feel that earthquake as well?
I didn't. I think I was so much into I saw it because it was written by a colleague. I did not feel that, but.
All right, Mayor Garcetti, let's begin by asking how you and the City Council can tell the LAPD that you are cutting into their budget when right now, currently, every single LAPD officer has been called to duty just trying to help manage the protests and keep the public safe.
It's a fair question, and I'll answer it straightforwardly. To the men and women of our Los Angeles Police Department, we ask so much of you, and never more than in these days. All of us, every single one of us, are making a sacrifice. This is not on your shoulders alone. COVID-19 has given us the worst economy in our lives, a pandemic and a health crisis. And now on our streets, we need to find resources to address what you often have to deal with on the streets, the failure of our country to address racial justice. And I know that officers, because I've talked to so many over the 19 years I've served this city, are with me in that walk, that they know. I have seen the programs. They've put many more hours than I have, tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands.
All right, we've been listening live to LA Mayor Garcetti addressing the city of Los Angeles on a number of issues. You may have felt that, first and foremost, an earthquake that has just been upgraded now to a 5.5. This happened near Ridgecrest in Kern County, of course. A number of earthquakes in the Ridgecrest area, the most prominent of which in recent months was, if you may remember, back on July 4th and 5th, there were a number of strong quakes there, a 6.4, a 5.4, and a 7.1. Again, this initially came across as a 5.1. It's been upgraded to a 5.5 and may very well be an aftershock from those earthquakes felt over the July 4th holiday last year. Getting back to what the mayor said, a lot of news tonight as we've been talking about the demand for cuts to the LAPD budget. The mayor making his first public commitment tonight here just within the last half an hour to reallocate $250 million of the city's budget, as he describes it, cuts to every department, including the LAPD. In the mayor's words, racial justice is worth fighting for. He was backed up by Eileen Decker, the police commission president. She laid out a number of steps, as she describes them. Among the first steps, a review and revision of that LAPD budget. And as has been called for by a growing number of city council members within the LA City Council, the commission president also indicating the number $100 to $150 million in budget cuts to the LAPD. And keep in mind that LAPD budget, 18% of the city's overall $10.5 billion budget. These are substantial figures. She's talking about is Eileen Decker, that review and revision of the budget, upwards of $150 million in cuts.
Of course, man. I hear it, bro. Fuck.
Into the streets! Out of your house! 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 Into the streets! Into the streets! Into the streets!
within the city of Los Angeles and the structure of government, a result of what we've seen here as this growing protest in downtown Los Angeles has been peaceful for much of the day. You see live from downtown Los Angeles, this protest has been for much of the day on Temple between Spring and Broadway. It appears to be scattering a bit. Rick Chambers is on the ground for us in downtown Los Angeles with a look. Rick.
Yeah, Micah, we're right at Spring and Temple. What you're looking at here are the streets that are considerably less crowded than they were about 45 minutes ago. We had an enormous crowd between the Superior Court building and the Hall of Justice. You can see many of them have walked off in another direction. The LA Sheriff's Department still protecting their own building, but as we turn back to the left and hit Spring Street between Temple and First, this is where you see the majority of the crowd now. They've been very peaceful throughout the whole day, listening to people talk. We've heard them singing, we've heard them chanting. From time to time, they'll take their spot in the street. I want to talk to Lonnie. He's been out here for a couple of hours now. Your thoughts about the crowd out here and what you experienced today?
Well, the crowd is actually doing their job. Actually, they kept it peaceful and everything. The more people that were here, the more people that, you know, everybody in the office is seeing, their backs up against the walls whether they want to believe it or not. They're looking at us. They want everybody to calm down. They have to do something.
Do you think the message is coming through today?
The message is definitely coming through one day at a time. We're taking this, I think everybody's taking it one day at a time, and definitely it's getting through. It's getting through to everybody.
And why did you feel compelled to be out here today?
Well, for starters, I am, of course, supporting the Afro people. And, of course, I am supporting the brown people, my Mexican culture. So I am two cultures. So I have two reasons to be out here. Me and my little sister have two reasons to be out here. So, you know, I feel obligated to be out here. I feel like it's a duty of mine that I should be out here just so I can give my support. If I can rally up the people that I hang out with to come out here, that's more people added to this, not fire, but this voice, this.
Man, get us, man. We here, man. You on my block, man. Money. It's the realest block ever, man. Let me. The tunnel, baby. The tunnel, we back, baby. Let me. We back, baby. Let me. Yeah, throw all that bitch ass. And then better not open them stores and again we go straight through
Hey, you put some inside that Coke? I guess some. I need a moderator in here, bro. Someone I trust.
This new birth, this new interest in this generation, that I just wanted to be here. You know, I was fortunate to be part of the demonstrations against the Shah of Iran, against Ron Settle's apartheid, and I just want to come out here and support these young people.
Well, a lot of those demonstrations you're talking about turned violent. This one has been peaceful all day. You must be impressed by what you're seeing.
Very much impressed. These people are out here, they're on a mission. They're on a mission. They're showing the world that they care, and this is something that the world needs right now.
This protest here has been back and forth up and down the street. They may march. We know we have a curfew coming up at 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. You going to stay on the streets or are you going to go home?
Well, my family just called and they said they're going to come down. And now that they're looking at me on television, I have to stay. This is a great thing. This is a great thing for Los Angeles, for the country, for the world.
Bringing the family out here, giving them a civics lesson of sorts?
Yes, so they could, this is history. And I have a niece that's in the 8th grade, and I want her to witness this firsthand.
Okay, we appreciate you talking to us. Stay safe tonight.
Sorry for studying.
Thank you so much. Good seeing you. Again, we're over here right in front of City Hall. You can see the crowd here. They've been on the streets now for about 3.5 or 4 hours. Been very, very peaceful out here. Everybody gets why they're here, why they're sitting down, why they're chanting and singing. We've seen no disruptions out here at all. We're hoping that it lasts that way throughout the night. Of course, we do have a curfew. I've talked to several people. Are they going to stay? Are they going to go? We get a little bit of each group. So we'll wait and see tonight what happens. But so far, this has been a very peaceful gathering and a very large gathering here in downtown LA. Mike and Cheryl, I'll throw it back to you.
Rick Chambers downtown, just Micah here at 6:30. I'll take it from here as we look live again from Sky 5 overhead in downtown Los Angeles. A short break, and we'll be back with more coverage after this.
Yeah. Police are just right there.
So how many streams are there, if you guys know if there are any other streams going on right now? Shit, you're on Wolf again. So we are back out here at Washington, D.C. live on June 3rd, 2020. If you guys are just joining in, please go ahead and share this live stream with all your close family and friends. Post it on Instagram and Twitter, Facebook, wherever you guys think would be the most acceptable for you guys. Let's share this out and show what's going on in Washington, D.C. right now. We're at the live protest. And now you hear my reporter voice. Huh? Hey, bro, we literally went from the front of the protest to the back of the protest.
You're walking way too fast. You don't even have lips this morning. You got no fucking lips. Get a real job. Quit your 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 job. Police. No justice. Police. Police. No justice. Police. Police. No justice. Police. No racist. 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 Police. Quit smiling, you Nazi fuck! Stop smiling! Take that green tape off, pussy! Show us your side! Show your back, nobody! All it takes is for one of you to be a leader! You fucking die! Police! No justice! No peace! No racist 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 police! No justice! No peace!
Is it like 9 o'clock?
What are you gonna do?
8:53? Oh, so it's almost 10. Oh, so we good, bro. We got a whole hour till curfew, and after that, Let's watch the fuck ass festivities begin. Subscribe, like, and share. You hear me?
Oh, the liquor store open, bruh. The liquor store open down there. Oh, it's in the cup. We gotta get a bottle, bruh. We definitely gotta go get a bottle, bruh. We definitely gotta get a bottle, bruh. Catch a bed out here, we gonna smack this shit out, we gonna jump this shit out about this joke, man. We got big shit. We definitely getting a bottle, bruh. What the fuck we on?
Yeah.
Definitely gonna get a bottle. It's like on the bottle, mother. We gotta get like two motherfuckers like that. I'm trying to leave one in the game. Yo. Get a real job! George Floyd! There his name! Stop smiling! There his name! George Floyd! There his name! George Floyd! There his name! George Floyd! What's his name? George Floyd! Oh, come on. Oh, God. Stop smiling, you ugly Nazi fuck! I'm trying to leave one in the game.
And so what we're watching is we're standing here with the police officers. The protesters waited there for a bit, realized, okay, we're not going to be able to get northbound on Wilcox. And then they didn't really put up much of a fuss. They said, okay, that's all right. We're going to continue our march. And now they're going down La Mirada. And from what I understand, from another police officer, they're then going southbound on Seward, and then they're continuing down to Santa Monica. And so what we've seen in the last several days, that these guys, they do like to, kind of do a lot of circles. And so we're going to continue to follow these guys and see where they end up tonight. But again, so far, it has been a very peaceful protest. At one point, I was watching when I was at Sunset and Vine, there were several people who were giving fist bumps to the National Guard over at Sunset and Vine. So far, it's been a very peaceful protest. It's just really been about getting out their message today. So that's going to do it for us for now in Hollywood. Mary Beth McDade, Michael, will send it back to you in the studio.
Mary Beth, thank you. There you see the pictures. Hollywood and downtown Los Angeles, the twin focus of our coverage tonight, as we have many thousands in downtown Los Angeles, a substantial crowd estimated at 10,000 in and around City Hall and the Hall of Justice. Back with more coverage after this.
This isn't really the greatest angle.
still there? Yeah, the little one, the second one from the left. I was here earlier. Yeah, he could not hold his shoes. No, he's gone. They stopped him. He had sunglasses on.
It's weird seeing there. It looks like some of them just look straight fucking through.
Yeah, this guy was looking antsy.
Sorry, there's just so many people here. I can't really move around to get a better angle.
Licking his lips and shit and shifting around. Fucking real? Yeah, like, I like it looking at each other. We're just like nervous.
The world is watching. 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 Whose streets? Whose streets? Our streets. 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 Whose streets?
16,700 people marching through their rural streets. A moment of silence in Carrollton, Georgia. A sea of fists raised as demonstrators collectively take a knee. In DuQuoin, Illinois, Nicholas Tate started a one-man protest, just him and a sign, until one by one drivers stopped to join in. And out west in Oregon's conservative Rogue Valley, passionate demonstrators weaving their way through Medford. But while these protests may be smaller in scale, they are not always without conflict. In Upland, California, activists in a heated face-to-face confrontation, one man pulling an assault rifle from his truck. In Salt Lake City, this man confronting protesters in the street with a bow and arrow. A crowd then swarming in, attacking with skateboards and their fists. But those moments of violence are outliers in what have been overwhelmingly peaceful demonstrations, though protesters are certainly angry about the situation they're confronting. And while the death of George Floyd may have been the match that sparked this massive mobilization, so many communities are already reckoning with their own tragedies, and the outcry for justice is personal. Georgia is still reeling from the death of 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery, who was shot and killed while jogging in February. 3 men, including a former law enforcement officer, now charged with his murder.
He was just jogging, and his life shouldn't have ended the way that it ended.
In Texas, both Botham Jean and Tatiana Jefferson were shot and killed by police officers, one of them off duty, in 2018 and 2019, both victims unarmed inside their own homes. And in Louisville, Kentucky, tensions in the city are beyond their boiling point. In March, Breonna Taylor was killed inside her apartment after police served a no-knock warrant. She was shot at least 8 times in their exchange of gunfire with her boyfriend. 3 officers involved now reassigned pending an investigation, but they have not been fired. On Friday, as Louisville demonstrations picked up steam, a police officer captured on video firing pepper balls at a local news crew.
Are you okay?
I'm getting shot. I'm getting...
Katie, are you okay?
Rubber bullets, it's okay. It's those pepper bullets. It's those pepper bullets.
Who are they aiming that at?
Nice shooting at the photographer.
At us, like directly at us.
Then early Monday morning, police confronted a large crowd when they say someone started shooting at them, so they returned fire, killing restaurant owner David McAtee, a staple of the neighborhood whose family said he often gave free meals. His mother devastated.
When a mother loses a child, piece of you goes along right with that child.
Louisville police now say video shows McAtee firing a weapon the night he was killed, though the mayor has already fired the police chief after finding the officers involved did not activate their body cameras.
This type of institutional failure
will not be tolerated.
And as the sun sets on another day in America, protesters in every corner of the country are at their breaking point, many insisting that in a nation founded on the backs of slaves, racism is not just an open wound. Its continued existence is inherently American.
I don't agree with all of the foolishness that's been going on, but this is years and generations and decades and centuries of compounded racism, and it's like, how much can we take?
Now communities large and small are confronting that reality, a systemic problem that's deeply personal, nationwide, yet homegrown, and all too often at Black Americans' front door. For ABC News Live, I'm Trevor Ault.
Of course, these protests have been about George Floyd's death, but they also have been about the black men and women who lost their lives well before this and the systemic racism in America. New Media founder Roland Martin is here now for more on what led to this moment and where we are headed. Roland, thanks so much for joining us.
Glad to be here.
So as you know, 3 additional officers were charged in relation to George Floyd's death today. And Officer Chauvin's murder charge was also upgraded. But is it too little too late? Or do you think that the protesters are going to continue to crowd the streets?
Yes, the protests will continue because it's not just about the officers who killed George Floyd. It is about how America refuses to deal with how we handle police. Perfect example, yesterday, Governor Andrew Cuomo criticizes police in New York for their response. What happens? The chief gets upset, goes off. You owe us an apology. He comes out today. Oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't talking about the officers. I was talking about the supervisors. The problem we have in this country is that you don't know who runs cities. Is it the elected officials or is it the cops? And so they seem to be untouchable. Look at Atlanta. The chief came out today and said at the firing of the 6 officers who were involved in the grabbing of the black students from Morehouse and Spelman, oh, they were political. Wait a minute, did you not see the video, the body camera video? And so people are fed up with how people are so afraid to challenge rogue cops. That's the problem in this country. You do not have enough accountability when it comes to police.
But for people who are looking at the protesters and they say, wow, this is all because of George Floyd, give us a snapshot of how we got to this moment.
It's not because of George Floyd. First of all, the people who are sitting here don't realize that the modern day police departments were born out of slave patrols. People don't understand, where did the Second Amendment come from? That was born out of what? Giving folks protections in terms of exactly what? In terms of guarding people, okay? Going back to how the Constitution was created. How did people in the South during the slavery utilize these same laws to target African Americans? So now you go through the years, this tension that has existed between black folks and police departments, this is not new. This goes back to the 1800s and the 1900s. Even when you go through the era of Jim Crow, when you go back to most race riots in the 20th century, nearly all race riots were preceded or ignited by cases of police brutality. We can go on and on and on. In King's speech, the I Have a Dream speech on August 28, 1963, he references police brutality. In his book, Chaos or Community, Where Do We Go From Here, which every person should have a copy of. In this book, this was a response to the race riots in '67. He talks about police brutality, economic injustice. And so the people who somehow think this is new have been in denial. In Philadelphia, they tore down the statue of Frank Rizzo. They took it down because folks had defaced it. Why? This was you put up a statue of a man who was the mayor for 8 years, who had one of the most brutal police departments in American history. He was the northern version of Bull Connor, and there was a statue in his honor. That's what people are tired of. Centuries, decades of police brutality and them simply being unaccounted for.
You've, of course, been an outspoken critic of President Trump's, especially when it comes to his recent responses to police brutality and protesting. What should leaders be doing right now to unite Americans? And let me also pose the title of the book that's in your hand back to you. Where do we go from here?
A black man died.
Yeah, and that's
$20 bill. Supposed to be mad, and that doesn't make you mad. Like, that doesn't make sense. George Floyd. You can say his fucking name. Explain
Explain to me how Nicholas Cruz can go and shoot up Parkland and walk on the side of the highway and get put in the police car and handcuffed, but y'all want to shoot somebody over a $20 bill. That doesn't make sense.
Giggles, are you done laughing? Are you? So right here.
And I understand that it might be not be y'all directly, but if you're not part of the solution, then you're part of the problem. And the same system that you work for is fucked up and corrupt.
I came here tonight wondering if I'm going to get hurt for doing nothing.
And y'all got guns and gas, tear gas in the back for what?
For nothing. It is justified to beat, kill,
Are you going to hurt me in an hour?
civilians because they're not following.
Whose lives matter? Whose lives matter? Whose lives matter? Whose lives matter? Whose lives?
In the grand jury, if it was Roland involved, Roland can't sit in. But if it was a police officer, he or she gets to sit there and watch you testify. That's grossly intimidating. There has to be massive change to the laws in this country and also changing these contracts. These cities are also negotiating. People have no idea that the law is simply set up to where they can do whatever they want. And when it comes to deadly force, all they have to say is, my life was in danger. Guess who said that? Joe Serpico, who took down the New York Police Department. We have a fundamental problem with how we look at police in this country. Am I saying all cops are bad? Nope. But what I am saying is there has to be fundamental changes from the city, the county, the state, and the federal level. It's a whole bunch of work to do, and the public is saying enough is enough.
What's the first reform? What's the first change that you would make?
Well, it all depends on what level it is. And so right now you have Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, as Joe Biden alluded to in his speech the other day, who's working on a massive police accountability bill. That needs to be moving on the federal level. Then you need to have, in all of these state legislatures, you need to be having things moving in those places as well. Then you must have these mayors and city councils and city managers redefining, use of force laws and procedures. And also, here's one of the deals. Louisville, David McAdee, black guy, barbecue owner, was shot and killed by the cops in Louisville. Guess what? The mayor fired the police chief because none of the cops had their body cameras on. I have long said, if a police officer turns off their dash cam video, automatically being fired. If they don't turn on their body cameras, automatically fired. If a police officer lies on a police report, automatically fired. I had the Fulton County DA, Paul Howard, on my show yesterday. He told me that in that video they shot grabbing the kids out, one of the officers pulled a gun out and they caught it on body cam. Another officer said, put that down. The guy who pulled the gun out, later, an officer said, why'd you pull your gun out? This is exactly what he told the officer. Because they flashed guns at us. The two students, not a single gun was in the car. We know from Laquan McDonald, Lindsay, how the cops lied about Laquan McDonald, how they lied about how he did it. And you know what they did? The other cops then lied. And so in Chicago, a judge excoriated the cops and also the police oversight board because he said, I know cops have sat on my witness stand and lied on the stand. You cannot reward people who don't tell the truth. If you and I lie on a police report, we can be brought up on charges. If you're a cop, you get off scot-free. All those things must be happening at the same time. It can't be federal here, then we'll get to it. No, it has to be federal moving, state moving, county moving, city moving, and departments moving. We must have a complete reformation of how we deal with law enforcement in the United States, because this is not just a big city issue and an issue here, issue there. This is widespread across America.
Roland Martin, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. The studies show that black parents often talk about race much more often than white parents do, but in this current climate, parents of all races are trying to craft the words to explain what is playing out in our streets to the youngest among us. The conversations, while uncomfortable, seem to be becoming more necessary these days. Our Deborah Roberts, a mother herself, talked with other mothers, both black and white, who want to help their children not only stay safe, but be and do better.
A final cry on George Floyd's lips, a call for his mother, unleashing a plaintive call to action and reflection for mothers all over the country.
It was gut-wrenching As a mother of a 20-year-old son and the mother of a 7-year-old son and a 17-year-old daughter, 3 black children, to hear someone who knew that it was his final moments call out for his mother.
From moving to the freeway. We don't know that that is their intention or that it will at any point happen tonight, but if it should, I can tell you that there are CHP and LAPD units here in the area blocking what would essentially be the access to the freeway. No on-ramps and off-ramps are shut down that we know of, but the CHP again is in the area, and it would be their duty to shut down those on-ramps and off-ramps if it is necessary, as they are the police department that patrols our highway system here in the state of California. You see additional units from the LAPD coming in, and I can tell that all these units are LAPD, but they're all not necessarily from this division of the LAPD. I actually see that a good number of the ones that we are focusing on here are units from the Newton division, of the LAPD, which is actually south of here. The area that we're in right now is the central division of the LAPD. So on a regular day, the vehicles that you would see there, if they were patrolling this area, instead of the number 13 on the back of the squad car, you would just see the number 1. But in this case, because there really aren't any protests or other issues where all of these units are necessary in the Newton division area of the city, they've been able to send some of those units to central LA, to the downtown LA area, to assist with traffic control for the most part, and also, if necessary, to assist with arrests in the odd case of looting, for example. We actually haven't heard about any looting today, though, which is some great news. Yesterday, there was very minimal looting, and then there was a little bit more every day before that. But fortunately, as far as I can tell, and we've been monitoring the scanner all day, and of course, we've been live here over downtown. Very few cases of looting today. It has mostly been exactly what you're looking at right now. Peaceful protest here on the streets of Los Angeles. Really just people who are out here, they're frustrated, and they want change. They want change from our police department here in the city of Los Angeles. They want change for police departments throughout the country, including Minnesota, where George Floyd tragically lost his life in an altercation with authorities. But in addition to changes for the police department, there's other things that people are calling for that are out here, including asking for the dismissal of DA Jackie Lacey. We've seen a number of those signs, and we've also seen some signs asking for the defunding of the police. And we heard in the press conference with Mayor Eric Garcetti a few minutes ago that there will be some cuts in funding to the LAPD.
No, I just want to. You can't just leave the ball. The difference in language, the difference in skin color, it's barely even It's not in our genes.
That's something that's learned, and if you can learn it, you can unlearn it.
Exactly. No baby is born into the world racist. It's learned.
We know you hate your boss as much as we hate your boss. Admit it. You hate your boss. The general is sick. The general is sick. There is a bunch of big president behind you. We hate him just as much as you hate him. He done pulled you out here to fucking do a disgrace to your own fucking country. I love the military. I do not love what you're doing right now, but that bitch ass president. You hate your president. You hate your boss as much as we hate your boss because we do not stand for what he stands for.
Who was that fish? Why would they need American catfish? And who was wearing American flag? What was it? I work in restaurant centers all over the world because of how dumb this shit is.
We already witnessed all of this bullshit of being beaten and tear gassed and maced in jail just so we can walk aside by someone different than our fucking race. You would think that history would have taught you that it wasn't right, that it's not okay. But here we are again, marching for our basic human rights. And here you guys are again, with that and fucking guns and military personnel to harm us because we are fighting for our human rights. This has happened for over 400 plus years of us being beaten and whipped and enslaved. We're tired of it.
We will free! 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 We will free!
The paycheck you're all collecting to be here really worth it? Stand against your own people.
You look nervous and you don't have to be. No one here wants to hurt you. We just want you to see how you're being used.
Well, we just don't want you to hurt us.
Y'all the ones that baton.
We know curfew's coming and we know what orders they might give you. And we witnessed it before when they attacked us to clear us for a photo op. We don't want you to do that. So please, if they order you to hurt us when we're peaceful, please don't do that. Please.
You are human. You have to have humanity. That uniform doesn't take away that humanity.
Tell your supervisors you don't want to hurt us.
You probably have kids. So do people out here. We're also human.
Yeah.
Just because I'm black and you're white doesn't mean anything. It shouldn't.
You can be the change.
You can be better.
You can fight with us.
You don't have to be like this.
Where you're supposed to be.
How long you been in the service? Down. How long you been in the service? Down. How long you been in the service?
Look at her. We're peaceful. When she walks past you, look at her. Make eye contact. You don't need to hurt us. We're fighting for our rights. We're hurting. We're hurting us for a system you're protecting. Do you get that? Look at her. Imagine it was your family, your uncle, your brother who died, who's dying all the time, constantly. We're upset. You can get that?
This is kind of breathtaking. All my years of protest, I've never seen such a forceful attempt to try to broach humanity between protesters and police.
Don't y'all have a heart?
Hey, Derek Chauvin, the cop. He's not your boy. If he caught you in that store, you'd be on the ground too. Now you're here.
You come out here, you say riots. You say we acting like animals.
They put you in excess of gear. Right, you've got your Gucci contacts on, it's not even plugged into anything. I see your cable dangling. Why? Scare us?
Black Lives Matter! 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 Black Lives Matter!
Black Lives Matter!
No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace!
You wanna know what's sad?
None of your children are strong
wanna know what's
enough
really
to
sad?
stand up to injustice.
This isn't my first time with
I hope you
this.
realize that one day, if your kids ever feel like they want to protest or they want to fight against injustice in America, this is what they'll be met with. Look at her body. That when your children grow up, or if they are of age, if they ever want to protest against something injustice in this country, acknowledge her rights to speak. You realize that they might be shot, they might be raped, they might be met with tear gas, they might be even beat with a fucking bat, they might be in the presence of tanks and military because they feel against injustice. That's what your children are going to have to be met with if they ever feel like.
We're not going to stop the fighting. Back up, man. You don't want to go to the military. Just back it up, man. No violence, man. Please, no violence. That's cool. I know. But no violence, man. No violence.
He is 3 times more likely to be murdered for the color of his skin by law enforcement.
Everyone, please be quiet. Now. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello.
Don't use the siren. Not the siren.
Antifa is here. Antifa is here. So I suggest for your safety, I'm going to be real with y'all, go home. All of you, go home. Because we are not a part of them, so we will not be out here while they are out here. They are violent. Antifa.
Those are the people that start shit. So don't go back to media. And all media, we're not saying we were starting shit. We are peacefully protesting. So if someone starts shit, it is not us peaceful protesting. Let's keep it 100. We are not a part of anything going on.
And you all know that. You've seen us here coming through policing our own. You know we don't want any violence against you. You know we don't. We're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere.
We're peaceful.
Y'all leaving tomorrow? Y'all leaving today? I know you don't live here. Go back to your house.
Go back to Iowa. Wherever you came from. Why don't you go back?
Why won't you look at anybody who's black? I've been watching you now, and I see your peer has been looking at people that are black. I'm looking at him too, and I'm observing you, and you're not looking at anybody that's black. What is up with that? What is up with that? Does it make it easier for you to attack us when you don't acknowledge our humanity?
All the white people come to the front.
All the white people come to the front. Why are you not looking at black people? Acknowledge my humanity. Come on. Acknowledge my blackness. Why are you not looking at black people? We're not your fucking enemy. Why don't you fucking take a look at who's talking to you? Because we're the ones that get attacked by you.
You hear
You
me?
won't even look.
I'm right behind y'all.
You won't even look at
You
black
hear me?
people.
I'm right behind all y'all. This is my fight too. This is my fight too.
Acknowledge black bodies. You need to acknowledge black bodies. You need to acknowledge black people. Because he turns more likely to get killed by people like you, by law enforcement. Those that don't want to acknowledge his humanity. Look at him. Why can't you look at him? Why won't you look at him? Why won't you look at him and acknowledge his humanity? Look at him. Learn from your peer who's looking at him. Why won't you look at him? I hope everybody's watching this. I hope everybody's noting this.
Oh, we got 27,000 people watching this.
And then they claim that law enforcement is afraid of us. No, we should be afraid of people that want to acknowledge our bodies and our humanity. That's what we're afraid of. We're afraid of someone who wants to look me in the face. Because it makes it easier for them to kill us. This is how senseless murders of black people happen. This is how it happens. Oh, is the time more interesting? Do you want to leave? Are you tired?
George Floyd! Breonna Taylor!
You know, I'm an artist. I think I'll do a piece that's inspired.
Please, we need art in this world. Thank you.
Yeah, we share it with everyone, basically.
Get the message.
He doesn't see black lives. He doesn't see black lives. Every black person that has been walking here, he has not acknowledged it. And he's standing in the front line. That is a threat to me. Because if somebody doesn't acknowledge my humanity and the humanity of other black people, then how the fuck do I feel safe? That's how black lives get killed. Because if you don't acknowledge someone's humanity, it's easy for you to enact acts of aggression against them.
He won't look at you either.
No, he will not, and he refuses to. And he hears me, and he continues to not look at me. And I'm not going to let this go. I'm going to be right here.
Hey, I love you.
Thank you. I love you too.
I'm with you.
Y'all don't need the weapons. Everyone else has put the weapons away. It's all good.
Hey, stop.
Thank you.
Hey,
thank you very much.
Stop
We
doing your own
appreciate
thing.
that.
Fucking listen.
We really mean that.
Get over here. Right
No peace! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace!
What looks to be like a prepared script there. You can see everyone intently listening there in a semicircle. And now some clapping. And perhaps we'll see somebody else come up. You can tell this the speaker is very emotional, kind of wiping away tears. Feeling the love of the crowd as she continues on with her speech. So that's the basically the northern side of the group. And then we've got the heart of the group here, the bigger group of people just outside of the steps of City Hall. And then we've got additional people in the Graham Park area, just to the west. A lot of these people are just kind of taking a break, sitting on the grass. We do see some people leaving. You see people heading westbound. I don't believe that they're leaving as a large group, but rather perhaps just leaving the immediate area to get to their vehicles so that they can get home before curfew starts. We do have some time though, more time than we've had in the last few days, because the last few days curfew had been at 6 o'clock, but now the county-wide curfew doesn't start until 10 o'clock tonight.
Who else took orders? Say his name! Say his name! Hey, even Germany's protesting right now! You got Germany protesting for this, you know it, so why can't you guys be the bigger person like they were?
What do you feel? They listening to orders? You know who else took orders? Nothing!
They forget us! We don't matter, huh? You think that Seattle don't matter? I thought Seattle was a liberal ass city. What happened? That's what's going on, what happened? Where'd you guys go wrong there?
You were probably there for that. We probably talked about it.
Say her name! 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 Breonna Taylor!
The flag that you got on your shirt. That you got on your shirt. That y'all got on your shirt.
Do you see her? Do you see her? Can you acknowledge her humanity for one moment? Can you look at her? Thank you. Thank you. Acknowledge her. Can you look at her and acknowledge her humanity? Hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. These racist cops.
It's been a hot day today out here in Southern California. I know that there may be some viewers from outside of our viewing area, and I gotta tell you, today was a hot day. It was the hottest day of the week. Easily anywhere in between the 90 to 100 range. So those waters will be very much appreciated by the people who are still out here. Fortunately, now the buildings are providing some shade and cooling things down a bit for the crowd down there. And it looks like we have a little bit of a dance party going on right here at the intersection of Spring and Temple. We actually saw a large group of protesters dancing yesterday as well, and they were doing a line dance over in the Hancock Park area just outside of Mayor Garcetti's house. So we have noticed that the protesters over the past few days have used dance as a way to bring the crowd closer together and just give them that unison, just to add to that universal voice that they're looking for as they continue to call for change.
home watching. We're a little over 20 minutes until the new curfew, which is at 11 p.m. We're all hoping what will happen is what happened last night, and they just don't care about the curfew, and they let us exercise our First Amendment rights to protest, and that this ends peacefully and everyone goes home unharmed. Of course, that's really more up to the guys with shields and weapons than it is to us right now.
I'm listening on the scanner and I hear that more units from the LAPD are being directed to the area. And this is, of course, in anticipation for that curfew that is coming up. So far, though, we haven't witnessed any arrests today, which is just such a fresh of breath air compared to what we've seen over the last few days. There were several hundred arrests in the Hollywood area. Most of them were for curfew violations. Some, unfortunately, though, were for looting and other criminal behavior. But for the most part, the arrests that we did witness, especially in the Koreatown area near 8th and Crenshaw, we saw hundreds of people get arrested there. Most of those arrests were for curfew violations. And yesterday, the curfew was a lot earlier. Again, that was at 6 o'clock. Today, they've pushed it back a little bit. It's 9 for City of LA and 10 for County of LA. So that does buy people a little bit of time to get home and gives them a few extra hours to continue to be out here protesting and continue to making their voices heard outside of the steps of City Hall or wherever they are in the County of LA seeking justice. Okay. 10-4. And I just got a call there from our assignment desk, and they were telling us that we are going to have to depart here for just a little bit, but we, of course, want to thank you for tuning in to our feed from News Chopper 4 Alpha. Again, I'm Eliana Marino, along with my pilot, Sarah Garabetian. Don't forget NBC4 News at 11 o'clock in a couple hours. We hope you can tune in then, and we hope to be able to stream for you guys later on tonight. But for now, have a good night.
We'd all be fucking dead. But because they were white, they had the right to march into the Capitol with AR-15s because they were sick of fucking COVID. And not one of them was shot, killed, tased, maced. You know what happened? They were fucking listened to. They heard their concerns. They let them in the building with AR-15s. They let thousands of fucking white men with guns in the Capitol. But we can't even peacefully march. We can't even peacefully march at the White House. So you want to know why we're mad? You don't understand why we're angry.
They attacked us with a photo op.
Where was it? Why did Trump not call y'all when armed people came? Because they were sick of the world being shot at. This is crazy. Where were you? Where was your military?
They go down the third string right here.
Black people at the wrong side from left to right. You gotta see that.
All right. I can't hear anything. That's it.
We still have to march for our lives. The shit that we learned about the history is going on right now. And this should not have to march to be treated with respect. That's our God-given right. When I came out my mom's vagina, I deserve the right for a future. And it's fucked up that some of y'all are our age. You're supposed to be our role model. You think I want my brothers and sisters being like you?
Y'all attack us and then it becomes a
There's no need for all that ammo. There's no need for those weapons. We're scared of you.
Y'all look at me with y'all see. What do y'all see? I feel for my life every day I wake up. I ain't no criminal. I work a 9 to 5 just like everybody else. Why don't I have to fix my life?
Graduating and prom and college, and we died before all of that, and that's fucked up. And I would never wish for any of those experiences where we as black people go through, because a lot of y'all can't handle that shit. Half of y'all, and we're not even half y'all age.
Why y'all scared to give us equal? That's all. Why y'all scared to give us equal?
We built this place. We know we can get, and if we want to try it, if we want to do it,
is this where you want your legacy to be?
Who do you protect? 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 Who do you protect?
Are you going to go home and tell your kids that you stood against a couple teenagers?
Who do you protect? 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 Who do you protect?
And I feel bad.
Who do you protect? Who do you
I
protect?
really do feel bad for y'all. Because despite all the bullshit going on, I know a lot of y'all are good people. I know a lot of y'all have morals. I know a lot of y'all were raised to stand up for what's right.
Y'all gotta understand, we're not fighting against y'all, we fighting for our lives.
We're not
fighting for the right to
y'all.
live.
We're fighting the system. We don't hate
We hate
y'all.
y'all because y'all protecting the system. Y'all serving the system that's broken. That's serving to franchise us. And y'all know that shit is broken. Y'all continue to serve it day in and day out.
You probably do too.
We don't want to be out just like y'all don't want to be out, but we got to because we got something to fight for.
But this is the only way that fucking change happens.
I know this is going through one end or the other, but I don't give a fuck like I said. I'd rather say it had to be heard than not say it at all.
Exactly.
Y'all could be part of the change.
I got so much shit.
I don't want to have to raise my son in no society where he gonna have to wake up every day in fear for his life, fear to get pulled over, fear to go walking down the street, fear to do anything. Because he worried about some motherfucking nigga with a blue and white, red and blue lights coming and motherfucking pick him up and killing his ass on the street. I don't want to raise my son in no environment like that.
It doesn't matter whether the person stole or whether they didn't steal. That's not a fucking right to kill people. If I go steal right now, that don't mean shoot me in the fucking back.
Yep.
Y'all are trained for this shit. And why do we as civilians have to remain calm in a situation that y'all trained for? You think I'm gonna stay calm when you
Y'all go through training every fucking day. We don't go through police training every day. We don't practice getting locked up every day. Y'all practice locking people up every day. Why should we have to be the ones that remain in control?
For half of us, we don't know what the fuck to do with the police because we never get involved with y'all.
All y'all standing up in front, do you know what your grandparents did? Do you know where your people are from? Do you know what your ancestors did? Did any of y'all's grandparents have to drink from a separate water fountain or walk through a back door to go out to dinner? Mine did.
When I did, they drank from some water fountain.
Mine did, and neither did yours.
But if you're not advocating for all the bullshit going on, then you're part of the problem.
What did you? Do you know what?
For those of you that are just joining us, we're here at 16th Street. This is as close as we can get to the White House right now. I'm going to show you.
I know what my grandmother did. She marched, just as I'm doing now. It's the same shit.
None of us, not y'all, not me, can understand.
On supposedly free streets in our nation's capital, the only thing you can see of the White House right now is it peeking out behind military vehicles. This is something that as a DC resident born and raised, it's just phenomenally not normal. There's really no reason this line of police is here other than to keep us from protesting closer there, where they have a big fence that they used last night to keep us all separated. And it felt a lot safer with all of these men with weapons on the other side of that fence last night. Tonight they're here, and we're coming up on curfew in about 10 or 15 minutes, and we don't know what their orders are going to be at curfew. But this is... I saw reports earlier that the airborne unit was recalled, but that's not true. As you can see, these are airborne units right here. It says so on their arm badges. These are not the same people we've had out here the last few nights. This is a military escalation of force right here.
The whole world is watching.
All to keep us from being able to be right over there about a block closer to the White House. That's it. And probably to separate us so that there are some protesters over on the side off to the west, which would be to the right for where we're looking, where I was earlier, and then off to the east as well. The majority of the protesters, it seems, has come to here at 16th Street, where we're waiting to see what's going to happen at curfew. But as you can see, no one here seems to have any showing any indication that they're going to leave. Just like last night, it seems like they're going to stay right past the curfew. And we're just hoping that, like last night, they're going to use restraint and not attack peaceful protesters just because of a, frankly, stupid and unconstitutional curfew. It's a restriction on our First Amendment rights to tell us that we can't protest.
I don't blame y'all for doing this shit, but I hope you know.
Look at him!
What do you see when you
Look
look at
at
me?
him!
What do y'all see when y'all look at me?
I know that y'all have a hard-ass job, and I understand that a lot of people can't do it. But I still hope you understand right now that this moment is wrong. Go home and say that you don't mind. I hope you are right.
That is what it was, man. Walking back and forth, past y'all.
Look at him. Look at his face. Acknowledge him.
They don't see color. They don't see the life of the killer. That's why they kill it. That's why it's easy. That's why it's easy. That's why George Floyd died like that. Believe it or not, 8 fucking minutes.
That's why we're out
8 fucking minutes. That's how George
be wasting our time, and we feel like you're wasting ours.
That's how George Floyd died.
Say his name. Why won't you say his name? Just say her name.
George Floyd. George Floyd. Breonna Taylor. George Floyd. Breonna Taylor. May you rest in peace, and may you find justice in heaven too.
System met the disenfranchised rest of y'all know that shit.
Acknowledge his
Y'all continue to keep hurting
humanity.
that
Thank your eyes. You, look at him. You terrify me. You don't see black people. You fucking terrify me. You're a threat to me. You're a threat to me because you don't acknowledge my humanity.
We don't got the opportunity. Because y'all won't give us the opportunity. That's why I'm out here. That's why I'm on the front line. my kids. No peace. No peace. No peace.
If y'all have kids, they never have to grow up and live in a black experience because this shit is tough. We have to grow up way faster than we do. And it's not fair.
Who are you protecting?
Still not a very comfortable situation, not knowing what they're going to do.
She's my black queen. That's what I'm here for. Why y'all out here? What's the purpose of y'all on the other side of us?
They don't have any plans on attacking us.
Look at her! Look at her! Yeah, I'm talking to you! I've been done your body contact, asshole! Acknowledge her body! Acknowledge that she's a black woman! Acknowledge that she's a fucking white person! See her fucking humanity!
Look at her!
See her humanity! See her humanity! See her humanity! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Everyone's watching, and there's connections to some of these outfits here. Maybe start making some calls to people you know and saying, hey, get out there and talk to these people and work with them.
I'm not out here by choice. I'm out here by force. Y'all
bring someone else. Bring someone else who sees color. Bring someone else. I don't like him. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Bring someone else.
This shit keep going and going and going. They're not getting it. Some shit ain't clicking. Don't shoot. Don't shoot.
Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He's 3 times more likely to get killed by you because he's black. And you all fucking know that.
I got nothing, y'all. When y'all started to put on the uniform, y'all didn't expect to be doing this. Going against stuff.
Step back. Everybody take a step back. Come on.
Everybody take a step back.
Keep going. How many more bodies gotta be deceased? How many more people y'all gonna kill before I get the message?
Until they see us. Until they see us. Look at her.
Peaceful protest, peaceful protest, peaceful protest, peaceful protest, peaceful protest.
It doesn't sing. أنا سودانية أنا سودا ما بيطلعوا فينا هدول ما بيطلعوا فينا هدول ما بيطلعوا فينا هذا الشيء كثير مهم إنه الجزيرة تسمعوا إنه هدول الناس ما بيطلعوا بالسوق
أيوة كده أيوة كده أنتم سودانية I'm here with just like y'all we have 10 fingers 10 toes.
No one could have predicted the explosion of criminal acts that happened while the police were distracted in peaceful protest. No one, I would defy anybody to say you knew this was going to happen. And given that they had to protect life over property, which is to make sure that the peaceful protest could take place and that no one got hurt, I think they did the best as they possibly could. And I just don't see where we could have, hindsight is always 20/20, and I don't see where they could have predicted that the looting, the burning, all of these things would occur in such a widespread area.
And I assume there'll be prosecutions. We have to wrap this up, but I assume your office will be making plenty of prosecutions on this?
Well, today we've released our press release. We've filed 60 cases related to the crimes that were committed as a result of the civil unrest. We understand there'll be more coming our way, and we'll evaluate them as they come through. But sure, one of the complications, though, Conan, is that the courts have been closed due to the civil unrest. And so we haven't really been able to have access to the courts the way we normally would. And also, you know, we just don't know when police are going to be available to bring cases to us. They're busy trying to keep the peace. But eventually we'll sort it all out. But we'll be very busy in the prosecutor's office over the next couple of weeks.
Honorable Jackie Lacey, the District Attorney for Los Angeles County. Madam Prosecutor, thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure.
Now, once again, the downtown protests, and we can see at least a portion of them are beginning to move now, and we'll have more on that in just a moment. And in an effort to take the focus off the looting, Mayor Eric Garcetti invited a teenager from Inglewood, that was yesterday, you probably saw it live here on NBC4, to address the people of Los Angeles. Devon Pilgrim is 16 years old, and he shared a story about an incident when he was racially profiled by police. And today, Devon and his pastor sat down with NBC4's Jonathan Gonzalez to discuss just how to move the conversation about race forward. Here.
Maybe racism will be gone and all of this will be something of the past?
I pray that heavy. My name is Davion Pilgrim. I'm a 10th grader and I go to Morningside High School.
Who is Davion Pilgrim? Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Davion Pilgrim is a Christian boy. He has many different moods, but he's always somebody there that you always want in your corner.
I think the mayor felt our city needed you in our corner, in everyone's corner last night. You shared a very difficult story.
Yes. I was really just riding around in my neighborhood and the police officer pulled me over. He was saying I was linked with the GTA, but I mean, it's okay. They called so many police officers, and we were sitting there, but it wasn't me, so I ended up getting, released, but I felt like I was really just being racially profiled.
When you got up there and you shared your story, you shared a painful truth that too many people face in this city. What have you heard in response to sharing that story?
When I shared my story, I got really in response, I didn't really get no hate out of it, but I got more of a love, like, we understand and we support you out of that situation. And I was like, that's all I really need is the support, We all can get through this together. All we got to do is come together and unify together and walk together.
Michael J. Fisher, and I'm the pastor of Greater Zion Church Family in Compton, California.
With regards to Davion, you're doing something right.
Davion is a special guy. I won't even say boy. I think he represents very clearly where the next generation is going. And when the mayor was speaking about the youth, I said it's just a no-brainer. So I threw it to him. I knew he could handle it. And when I heard him talking, I was sitting over there like, yeah, that's my boy.
We don't need a new system, but we need new ways in the system. The system has ways that are not set up for us of color. Police badge or not, we all at the end of the day are human beings, no matter the color, no matter the race, and no matter how we talk or walk, we still together and we got to come together. Just that we took a slight turn, and I pray that we get back to down that way. I pray that my kids will be set to go to college. I pray that they will be able to grow something. I will pray that they get to see 16, 18, 21. I pray that they get to live in the biggest house that they ever want to and fulfill any dreams that they want to.
It may not be surprising to you that Davion said he hopes to become an attorney and continue working on improving the status quo. Colleen?
Governor Gavin Newsom today met with the community and business leaders in South LA. He said now is the time for action.
Don't say something, do something, and prove to me that you can rebuild trust. And trust is about continuity, it's about consistency, it's about doing the right thing over and over and over and over again. And we have to re-earn trust. And that's foundational. We've lost trust with diverse communities, but notably the black community in this country, in this nation.
Governor went door to door in South LA, helping out those who were impacted by the protest, and as you can see, helping to clean up just a little bit as well.
A few hours ago, former President Barack Obama held a virtual town hall to address the unrest over police brutality and a message not only for the protesters who were calling for change, but the message was also for elected officials who are responsible for making the changes. NBC4's Patrick Healy is live now with more of the impact of that town hall. Patrick?
Indeed, Chuck, and calling this very significant, hearing and seeing the immediate past president who has been keeping a low profile. He did not talk about things on the federal level. He never mentioned the Trump administration. His focus on change at the local and state level, that is where he says the needed change can and should occur. And he also noted that the conditions vary widely depending on the area.
Let me begin by acknowledging that although all of us have been feeling pain, uncertainty, disruption, some folks have been feeling it more than others.
Immediate past President Barack Obama convening an online town hall with the theme Reimagining Policing in the wake of continued police violence. Not simply a response to the killing of George Floyd at the hands of Minneapolis police, nor simply commentary on the protests that have flooded the nation, but an attempt to steer and energize protests to effect change in government, mainly local and state.
This is not a either or. This is a both and. To bring about real change, we both have to highlight a problem and make people in power uncomfortable, but we also have to translate that into practical solutions and laws.
He noted changes recommended in the wake of outrage to the Ferguson, Missouri death of Michael Brown 6 years ago.
Let's go ahead and start implementing those. So we need mayors, county executives, others who are in positions of power to say this is a priority.
Some fellow town hall speakers went further. Minneapolis City Councilman Philippe Cunningham favors massive transformation to emphasize social programs.
And we have to start thinking about what does it look like to have a future without police? What would it look like for us to not need police and then work backwards from there?
We pray for our family tree to make its way back home to this soil.
This heartfelt spoken word performance by a high school graduate set the tone for a town hall that, to a great extent, aimed to energize the new generation of activists.
You've communicated a sense of urgency that is as powerful and as transformative as anything that I've seen.
And the past president's ask of mayors is to take the pledge to reform the use of force rules in their own jurisdictions. And again, this is significant because the rules vary widely depending on where you are. The carotid artery restraint, which basically brings the subject into compliance by cutting off the oxygen to the brain, Los Angeles deemed that lethal force decades ago after a series of deaths. It is no longer used in Los Angeles. But that still is legal use of force by law enforcement in certain conditions in Minneapolis. So that is why the local areas, what the rules vary, why that was the president's focus. If I may, let me touch on one more updated subject. LA County Public Health updating the situation with coronavirus in Los Angeles, putting out a statement again supporting the right of demonstrators to go out in public, but at the same time urging those demonstrators who have been in close proximity to others not wearing protective face covering for more than 15 minutes. Those individuals, and there must be tens of thousands of them, are being asked to self-quarantine for 14 days. That they asked from LA County Public Health. For now, reporting live, Patrick Healy, NBC4 News. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Patrick. Protests continue in the nation's capital as we get some new details now on President Trump's photo op at the church just across the street from the White House. Sources now telling NBC News the president did it to counteract reports that he was moving into a bunker, that bunker under the White House about 5 floors down during the protest outside Friday night. Police and the National Guard had to forcibly clear protesters out of his path. That led to outrage among many religious leaders. And today, the Secretary of Defense distanced himself from and his troops from that movement.
I did know that we were going to the church. I was not aware of a photo op was happening.
Defense Secretary Mark Esper also says he does not support sending military troops into cities to stop protests.
During the pandemic, we have seen all sorts of drive-through graduations, but safe to say, nothing quite like this. Coming up next right here, the 98-year-old woman who just received her diploma.
And we're keeping an eye on protests that are happening all across Los Angeles. As you can see here, about 3,000, maybe 4,000 people out by the Hall of Justice. And we'll be right back.
Burris, I remember interviewing him during the OJ stuff a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
And he was good.
It's graduation day at Monrovia High School, home of the Wildcats.
He's right. You know, getting one of them, maybe two, is going to be okay, but you're not going to get all four, I don't think.
You know, I took all this off, but I don't know if the batteries got replaced. Didn't even look. Probably not, now that I think of it. So we were on the air for 3 hours, but hopefully I just got a half hour left, right? Should be fine.
Yeah, as we wait on the mayor and show you a live picture from large protests in downtown LA.
Oh, then I better get there quickly. Well, I got a whole bunch of stuff. New at 5, a very special guest at a very special high school graduation. Vivian Fisher is 98 years old, or young, depending on how you look at it. And despite the pandemic, her dream of finally getting her diploma just came true. NBC4's Kathy Vara has more from Monrovia.
It's graduation day at Monrovia High School, home of the Wildcats. Even with a drive-by celebration, there's a feeling of accomplishment on a day made even more special by this.
If you are here and doing your job and you have to stand here and you're standing next to somebody that won't look us in the eye, then you need to fucking talk to that person later. Call in your friends. You're not all bad. Call in your friends. Call in your coworkers. Bring them up to speed because you're not all bad. You don't need to be. You can be doing your job and you can look us in the eye. You can still fight for us and stand for us. And if you see people next to you and in your fucking squad that are not doing that, then you need to call them in. Call them into action. You have this privilege. You have a voice that you don't care about. And you can use it to call people in.
Nobody is asking for rights that we don't deserve.
I drove 4 hours for this shit. Your mind is a position that these people are the business. No. Thank y'all for keeping it safe. Hands up! Hands up! Hands up!
Have to be addressed. These police should not be able to just come into our communities and kill our people because they get to hide behind their badges.
Let me ask you a question. Is this your first protest, by the way? Is this the first time
I've been with Black Lives Matter for a while. Yeah.
Exactly. Do you think this time something has shifted?
I think the participation in white allies and the wokeness of our people is what has changed. There's so many different people. I was arrested last night, and there were majority white people on that bus. We need white people to go in and educate the people in their communities about racism. We have to educate people on their biases. We have to stop systemic racism. It doesn't just stop with black people. The onus is not on us to teach you how to teach us treat us like human beings. We are human beings.
You know, and it goes to education. I think that it's important to bring that into the equation because it's education for everybody.
Yeah, it's not just education, it's also application, right? What do you do with that education? It's not enough for you to just learn it and then sit on your thumbs. How do we actually change the laws and implement that? We need implementation. The way that the system is currently structured, it didn't take people of color or black people into account. It really just took people, property owners, and white people with money who are well off into consideration when considering these bills. We have to actually now consider people's the wealth disparity, right? These police feel like they can come into our neighborhoods and treat us the way they do and just kill us because of the way wealth disparity.
And that's what we said. Social injustice and economic justice have to go side by side.
This country's built off slavery, and that failure of slavery was baked into our people. And now we still continue to live with that 400 years later, which is why this continues. It's not enough just to protest. It's not enough to come out here and make noise. George Floyd, he won't be the last unless we do real structural change. He won't be the last. This is not enough. We need to continue to do the political work that's going to follow after this protest. I love this noise. I love that people are shining light on what's really happening in our community. But what's the politics that we're doing later? Karen Bass she had an interview earlier today and discussed how, we need to change some of these policies. Yeah, but we also need to address the racial wealth gap.
Now, did you hear that the mayor today made an announcement about some of the changes that he wants to implement? Were you able to hear something?
I didn't hear any. What did he say?
Okay, well, some of the things, and anchors, fill me in the back because I heard
Christina. So some of the things are an independent special prosecutor to investigate police misconduct, not the DA.
To investigate police misconduct, not the DA. Taking the DA out of the equation.
Okay, so where is this independent prosecutor coming from? Because I work for a civil rights law firm, right? We sue the police all the time. We have the DA who declines to file charges, but the DA is first on the scene. The DA is there with the police. Like, where are they pulling these lawyers from, these independent prosecutors? Where are they going to get them?
That will be a question we'll have to ask the mayor, but at least I never could have imagined hearing him taking away from the DAs.
Well, it shouldn't have been the DA's hands in the first place, but the way that's currently structured is why our people are being killed. To not take people into consideration, why should the police investigate themselves?
And that's because a lot of people don't realize that the DA and police work together on cases.
But that's a blatant conflict of interest, right? I sit on the board for my community council, right? If I bring someone somewhere and say, hey, come and apply for this grant, but I have to recuse myself from the vote, that's kind of standard practice for conflict of interest.
Waves of National Guard members in there, APD as well. But as soon as it started, it was over. No tear gas fired at all. But I also believe it was the supporters who were telling those who may be agitators, don't throw rocks, don't throw bottles. This is all about George Floyd and not about you. And I just think that made a huge difference.
Starting to see that unity come together in those peaceful protests. All right, Ron, thank you so much. Chris.
We have dry weather conditions out there right now, and when I
PD, correct?
That's one thing.
We need that money redistributed to blacks in Los Angeles to help us and bring resources to our community.
He said
Don't just take that money and sit on that. What are you going to do with that?
He did
say that.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I wasn't there. I just saw the number, but we need $250 million reallocated into our community. He
said yes to that.
What is he going to do with that?
He said yes to that.
How much, like, what is he going to do?
I think it's the amount.
A special commission or something?
We don't know yet what he's going to do. He just announced that he's going to do it. Now, how they're going to do it is what Black Lives Matter is I'm sure going to be on it, and the media is going to be asking more about. With that said, and of course, there's a lot of footwork to follow on this. How does it feel? Because you guys, I mean, this has made somewhat of a difference.
To me, yes. Like, how many of these protests have we done, though?
I know.
It's about the political work that's going to follow.
Yeah.
We have to continue this work. A march, a rally is not enough, because George Floyd, unless we really have structural change, will not be the last. I have a 5-year-old son, and I refuse to bury my 5-year-old son. That is why I'm here.
With that said, I thank you for talking to us. You be safe out there, all right?
Got your name down.
All right.
And I just want to thank you, because you, out of everybody, you keep
thank you.
Real news. So.
Thank you.
Christina, quite the celebrity there.
She is the,
all right, Christina, thank you so much from
she is the star
of
the coverage of all this.
And you know what? And you know what it is? I mean, Black Lives Matter, you got to, I mean, look, whether we agree or disagree, and I could have sat here and argued and about some things, and it's a great debate. That's the beauty of it. And the beautiful thing is that people are debating. We're finding a middle ground to talk about it. In the past, I don't think that was happening, and hopefully that'll make a difference. Anyway, I'm going to go see where the protesters went.
We want to bring in one of the leading voices in that debate right now, State Senator Holly Mitchell. She represents Los Angeles. She's a Democrat. She's she's the chair of the Senate Budget Committee, so she's actually in charge of figuring out where all of the money in the state of California budget is spent. She's running for LA County Supervisor. Senator Mitchell and I were with Governor Newsom earlier this morning in Leimert Park, which was about 45 news cycles ago. There's been so much that happened. I think you were supposed to be on with us earlier, right when there was an earthquake, so we appreciate your patience and sticking around and joining us tonight. Senator, let me start, though, by asking you about the big headline of the day, those charges for the officers that were involved in the George Floyd case, the message you think that it sends, not only that second-degree murder charge, but the charges for the 3 other officers.
Thank you for having me, Alec. I think the independent autopsy result left no question in anyone's mind that the actions taken directly by that officer and the law enforcement who served as bystanders led to his death. And so that's the action. I don't believe that they had any other option but to file charges and upcharge the officer. They did the right thing from my perspective.
Let me ask you this question. Big announcements from the mayor of Los Angeles regarding changes he would like to see within the city of LA. Just give me your thought on the idea to allocate $250 million from the city's proposed budget to be invested in black communities. How do you invest? What would you like to see?
I was thrilled to hear a number of policies he talked about. He talked about also halting new names being added to the gang database, which is an issue that many of us in the state legislature have been trying to confront for decades now. The independent investigator in lieu of the district attorney. Those are major, major steps. In terms of the investment of the new money, the bullet points I saw, he talked about investing it directly in the African-American community, in youth development. And so it's going to be important, I think, that he continue to engage with community leaders, with nonprofit leaders, with workforce investment board to really make sure that it's invested well and right into programs, some that are probably already existing that have just been underfunded for so many years. I think it's a wonderful first step.
Let's talk for a moment about the state budget, because that is what you are in charge of, and you've got just days left to sort of finalize a budget with the governor of California. We're in a $54 billion deficit because of coronavirus. Now we've got all these examples of looting on the street and all these business owners that are going to need help after being out of business for months because of coronavirus, and now their business has been destroyed because of this. How do we do this? Where do we get the money for all of this? Because what we saw this week is only going to make it worse when it comes to the budget situation.
I think what we're experiencing right now, Alec, which is really a classic example of when structural racism and white supremacy dominates a culture. And when it dominates a culture, that means lack of investment for generations upon generations. And we cannot afford to continue down that road. And so in the governor's press conference 2 days ago, he talked about his understanding of that core principle. He was very clear that it was not the Black community's responsibility to correct this, but it's the collective responsibility. And so following that core value statement, I am clear that investments have to happen. We understand that, COVID was a plague that impacted the African American community and other communities of color disproportionately. And so we have got to invest and target our dollars where they are most needed. That's got to be our strategy as government at every level of government. And so while I appreciate there have been lots of businesses and the media have quantified that number, we cannot forget what happens when we don't invest in people and communities for generations at a time. They explode. Alec, yeah. I'm a native Angelino and have been alive long enough to remember the 65 uprising, 92, and now this. And 65, born out of that expression, were major institutions that live today. King Hospital, Cal State Dominguez, because the people said, you've not invested in our community and we don't have resources and services we need. So this is another moment in time where we have a responsibility to invest in people.
My question is on the call from Black Lives Matter, where you see the signs that say defund the police. Where do you stand with that issue about funding police, or how do you move forward with the police department? You heard the mayor talk today. How do you empower the police department if you still want to, not defund, have one?
From my perspective as chair of the budget committee, budgets are a reflection of our values as government and as a people. We pay for what's most important to us. And so there are any number of examples of police departments across this country who have a different culture. And so it's about different investment. I think people are asking that they be defunded. And the young woman that was just interviewed, and she wants those dollars redirected to community institutions to help support a community that has not been invested in for generations. And so how does the mayor do that? He's got to prioritize how he invests in human capital. And so if he has to take it from the police department, whatever he has to do, he has to make sure that we don't continue another generation and another of people who are unseen, unheard, are not invested in, who aren't perceived as valuable contributing residents of this community.
Of course.
That's the goal for all of us as policymakers.
Of course, you're running for county supervisor, so you would then address this on a county level, but on a state level, which is the imminent need, just as a follow-up to my earlier question, everything you're talking about is investments. I think most people would agree with that. The problem is all of that takes money, and the state right now is broke. So where does the money come from?
Alec, we've had this conversation before, and I told you that the state Senate last week presented a budget that's different from the governor's. We didn't cut as deeply as his initial budget proposed. There are ways in which we can borrow from special funds. There are a variety of budgeting tools that we can utilize to make sure we have the resources we need. Budgets are value statements, and we have to pay for what's important to us. I hear from constituents every day who said, 3 months ago, there was no money to house our unhoused. COVID hit, and wow, there are resources. There are resources to house those who are 65 and older, to create and negotiate leases with hospitals. It's because of our values and what we have to do in terms of keeping the state moving forward. I have to say I'm proud to be a member of the Legislative Black Caucus, and we had a press conference yesterday that talked about the legislation we have carried and what we've introduced this year. We have ACA 5, which will reverse, if we can pass it and get it on the ballot for voters, we'll look at affirmative action in our state. We have ACA 6 that allows for former felons to vote, and we actually have a reparations bill. The young woman in the street talked about reparations for Black people. We have AB 3121 to talk about reparations. It's about investment in people who we have denied for far too long.
So reparations, meaning, how would that work?
AB 3121 creates a task force to study reparations. It's an issue that Congress has had legislation to really talk about. Again, how do we close the income gap? There is a huge wealth gap in our country between African Americans and every other ethnic group. And so reparations is an issue and a way in which we can look at how do we structurally close the wealth gap to provide for communities who've gone without.
Let me ask you another question. Earlier today, we were both with the governor. You had a chance to talk with him. You're in the process of negotiating with him a new budget. What did he tell you? What was that conversation like, and what's the status of the budget negotiations?
We didn't talk about the budget today, Alec. It was announced today that the Assembly and Senate have come to agreement on a proposal, so the negotiations with the administration will begin now. And again, it's a budget that actually has investments in K through 14 education, investments in early care and education, investments in after-school programs. And so he and I didn't talk about that today. Today was a listening session, and I appreciate him understanding the value of listening to community. And so he was in Leimert Park listening to small business owners. He was in Leimert Park listening to nonprofit organizations that were born out of the 92 uprising. And then he met with a group of community leaders from the African American community, from the Black Church, Reverend James Lawson and others. It was a listening session. Then he listened to young people. And so my experience with him today was not talking about the budget. It was talking about how we collectively address structural racism and how we can pass laws and policies and dismantle systems that have historically been focused on anti-Blackness and change the kind of culture in which we're all living.
Let me ask you, I'm not sure what got you into being so involved in the community or running for office, but as you see these young people taking to the microphone, out there showing up, this new generation, I'm guessing you think you're seeing some future leaders down there.
Not future, they're leading today. I was them 30 years ago, organizing around the anti-apartheid movement as a UC student. Watched my parents as social workers in South Central in the 60s during the war on poverty. And I saw the investment from the federal government and innovative programs that built institutions and really changed lives. So those were the issues that I cut my teeth on. And I've seen that when government, business, the private sector, nonprofit organizations all come together to talk about collectively how we can create the kind of environment that we all feel respected, seen, heard, and want to raise our children in, we can have better outcomes. Philanthropy, all of these sectors have a role to play. I think we're seeing it play out now with incredible investments from the private sector, investing in historical civil rights organizations to create resources to continue with this organizing and strategizing and mobilizing. That's what it's going to take. It's going to take people being mindful of the kind of leaders they want to see in their community come November. It's going to require that everybody remembers the lack of leadership from the White House in COVID, as well as in this current experience we've had. That's not new. We are tired. We are sick and tired of being sick and tired, as Fannie Lou Hamer said 60 years ago. And the federal administration, the White House, is about benign neglect. And so we're going to collectively work to end structural racism in every form of public policy that we can.
All right, Senator Holly Mitchell, the chair of the State Budget Committee, candidate for LA County Supervisor. Thank you so much. It was great to see you in person earlier today, and nice to see you via Skype tonight.
Thank you for coming out to Leimert Park. I appreciate you. Good to see you both.
I love Leimert Park. It's one of my favorite parts of Southern
Portland,
California.
KGW will stay on the scene and alongside these protesters for the rest of the evening. For now, Maggie, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Mike Benner live for us. Mike, we really appreciate it. Again, that's the scene at Waterfront Park. I think we're going to go back up to Sky 8 and give you an aerial view. Wow. So once again, that is the view of the crowd here tonight. Mike put it perfectly that the crowd, again, easily in the thousands. And those, at least that he's spoken with, and the vibe that we're getting right now is that everybody wants this to remain peaceful. We can't state enough that last night,
majority of the time it was peaceful. The protest that we saw was peaceful. The vast majority of the crowd was peaceful last night. There were smaller groups who broke away from the crowd, according to police and according to what we saw. And those were the ones that had the clash with police that then sort of caused police to, they say, declare an unlawful assembly in part of downtown and then clear everyone out. And that
they were a lot less likely to attack us with a big fence in between us. So yeah, thank you all for watching and tuning in.
Today in Minnesota, the charges against the officers who were basically involved in his death, and especially one who now allegedly responsible for his death. We only say that because they've yet to be convicted. Derek Chauvin, his charge was elevated from third-degree murder to second-degree murder, and then charges were filed against the other 3 officers who helped hold George Floyd down while Chauvin was caught on camera pressing his knee against Floyd's neck for 9 minutes. The charges against those 3 officers: aiding and abetting murder. So for a long time, protesters in the Minneapolis area, in Portland, and in cities across the country have been calling for both of those things. A lot of them have been calling for now ex-officer Chauvin to be charged with first-degree murder. The DA in the Minneapolis area thought second degree was appropriate, again stepping it up though from third-degree murder, and then a lot of people wanted all 4 officers charged. That happened today. So again, this is the scene right now in downtown Portland along the waterfront. We will stay on it. We'll keep Sky 8 up. We'll keep our crews on the ground, bringing you updates online and on social media. And of course, stay with us for the latest throughout the evening.
I just had it on there for, I don't know, safety precaution, I guess. Well, Nigel, if you get a sec, maybe, the mature content thing is on. I've had that on since the beginning, but I figured it wouldn't hurt if I kept it on. Oh, thank you, though. Okay. Oh, hey, Eric. Yeah. Well, I got separated from Eric last night, so I have his goggles right now. Yeah, I was shadow banned last night, too. It's going to take me a little bit to get back to the front, but I'm not too far away.
Take off no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off the riot gear. Take off the riot gear. Take off the riot gear.
I feel like all you guys can see is umbrellas from right there. How's the stream? Is it choppy or is the cell tower?
Miranda! Take an umbrella!
Was that a good view? Did you guys see?
This is right there. Wrap it up, bro.
Yeah, Wi-Fi would be great actually. Why, are you close by?
We're close to getting stuck, man.
Do you really? Hey man, EAEAXII, that'd be great if I could use that. I wonder.
Okay, the band just left, so. Yeah, that's fine. I still think it's worth coming to me to say that.
I know we can whisper at each other. Show your badges! 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 So we're like, show your badges! People from the back. Show your badges! Show your badges! Oh, you got them all too. Show your badges! Sorry. Show your badges! Substantial view. Oh, that's so nice. You just might have to The guy in front of me has 5 viewers watching his stream right now.
As soon as he goes, I'm telling you, that's all they bring.
Really? That'd be really sweet. I want like loud or anything. In a second, I'll check my Wi-Fi and settings and see if I can pick up what network.
Is that? I don't know. I'm saying. Does everybody over here have earplugs? Everybody got earplugs?
Would they consider a paper airplane?
Tear gas on peaceful protesters!
It's got like
Oh my God.
You have to speak up. I have earplugs in.
Tear gas on peaceful protesters!
Try and get someone to start. I mean, I think it's really close to that again.
There's a laser on
I want to know from the ones who is not allowed to enter. Who are not allowed to give a piece of mind. Back up. A little bit. You being respectful. Do you feel like you have to tell your children that, sir?
Actually, let me take it back. None of them
I'm standing out.
That's
so cool.
Thank you.
Where was it? It is, bro. This cool as shit.
Literally went to Five Below, bro, and they were geeking out. They were like, "Why the fuck are you getting this?" And I was like, "Bro, I'm tired of holding my phone for the last 3 days in my hand." Yeah, man.
Why are we still doing this
Excuse me, guys.
today? How many times we got to
Excuse me,
tell
guys.
y'all that Black Lives Matter?
Oh, shoot.
Why do we have to keep telling you? Why do we have to keep reminding you that Black Lives Matter?
Thank you.
Why do we gotta keep saying this? Why do we keep coming back?
Excuse me.
Every song, you know.
Black lives. 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 No peace. No peace. No peace.
I hope that when you go home, you do what you need to protect your spirit. All right? Do what you need to protect your spirit. At the end of the day, you're back with us. Do what you need to protect your spirit.
Peace is great.
I'm not trying to bring it forward. They couldn't bring us peaceful country. Excuse me, guys. You know we fucked up. And no one they will. See, that's the issue. Brother, that's the nigga. Can I get through real quick? Right now. You a robot now. Like, regardless of what they do, they got it. At the end of the day,
they cannot.
that's it, Ken. It's a grown ass man.
This charge is that fucking easy. I promise you.
He a grown ass man.
If they wanted to walk away, they would. Isn't it a shame that they done took away their right to free speech so that they can try to silence us? That's a shame. That's a shame. We humans, look us in our eyes. We here, we standing in front of you.
And our taxes go to y'all.
One that look at us in our eyes and say,
that's why we love you. Shit is crazy, man.
You guys are now joining the live stream. We are in the front lines in Washington, D.C. at the June 3rd, 2020 protest. Let's talk about Hollywood, man.
They don't give a fuck about you. Think about that. Bro, but this is literally what it's almost like a third world country. We in Gaza right now. Has the world run out of oil? Why are y'all even here? Why aren't y'all invading another Middle Eastern country? Killing black and brown people all over.
All over.
Don't do this to us. I gotta talk to every one of y'all. One-on-one. I know y'all don't want to do it. Right. So you don't touch me. Oh, these people are not me up all night. I'll fucking flash I love you. Don't touch. Please don't touch. Please don't touch. Please don't touch. Please don't touch. I don't want you to say this. You know this is wrong. You know this is wrong. The system is flawed. I support y'all. You're supposed to be a leader. Lieutenant, you're supposed to be a leader. What the fuck you doing? Support our veterans, man. I support my troops. I love my troops. Now my family, right? My troops, guys.
More gas! No 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 more gas!
Somebody take a water. Just pass it on.
Water, if you don't have it.
Pass it on. Pass it on.
Somebody take this for somebody who needs a kid. Somebody take this for somebody who needs a kid.
Thanks, man. Two. Can you guys move? I'm shooting right now.
Yeah. You know, just in case you guys want it. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, you too.
too. We still have 10 minutes. Travis is right. I think the biggest march is going to be on Saturday. It'll be huge.
You'll have to deal with somebody else on Saturday.
You're done.
Well, no, not because of this or anything, but I start my new position on Saturday.
Oh, very cool. Where are you going to be working?
Down on Broadway in Alameda, that big business area.
Okay.
They call it D4 Urban.
Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Yeah, well, Jessica is also on the route for not getting tear gas or anything. So.
Don't shoot! 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 Don't shoot!
Sorry, I was checking my text to see if that guy sent me the Wi-Fi password. Yeah, I only have one transfer.
That's what I'm saying. They want us to start with them so they can start with us and blame it on us after the fact. When that shit dropped out the air, there's no way it would fly through the air and rain them up like that. Look, there's a blue light again.
Yeah, there's so many
There's a
people.
fucking blue light again. Christ on the shit.
It shows I'm only getting 1 frame per second right now. Someone around here.
Just keep it. Perfect. You come there. All right, you switch her. Play it wrong. Good. Keep it. Tell him to keep it. Right, perfect. Hey, please don't throw the water for whoever needs it. Anyone need water? Anyone need water?
You know what? Forget the hospital. Let's just go straight to the scene.
Any outstanding first?
It's not like we're gonna get a
70XO. What's the condition of the bird? Is he likely, not likely?
We're definitely not gonna get a shot of the officers anyway.
Service are critical at this time. Rethinking MPKCH. Any outstanding first? Any outstanding? One in custody at this time. Further outstanding, correct? Alright, 70XO. 70XO, yeah? Alright, 70XO, yeah?
This is what I get for not setting up my cameras
70XO, yeah?
before I leave the house.
XO, 70XO.
station.
Get her some goggles.
No, there's like a bunch of people live streaming to like 3 viewers right now, using up all the bandwidth. Like I can see this guy in front of me is streaming to 3 viewers. They're streaming to no viewers.
Justice for Chopper!
So, yeah, that's what's happening.
Justice for Chopper! Justice for Chopper!
Accountability in their contract now. Basic measures. Now listen, I'm a proud union member. I stand with my union brothers and sisters. The PPA is not a union. It doesn't protect workers. It stops accountability. It protects killers. They do not deserve our solidarity. They are not union. Everybody's not with me yet. But you're going to learn. You're going to talk to each other. You're going to hear the history in this community. Talk to black elders, and we're going to get there. One bad apple, it spoils the bunch. And they are all rotten to the core. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. Thank you.
One more round of applause. Now,
Sir. Just hang out right here, bro. Please.
How many ambulance we have each of those shots? 7 X on here. So let him tell you Alright, task force, thank you. I got you, task force, thank you.
What time class do you have to? Is that 3 or 2?
Stand by, I'm waiting for the XO. He's actually at TCH.
thank you.
Hey, what network are you with?
Thank you so much.
What network are you with? Channel 12.
For those of you that are staying,
I'm with
please
IP2.
fill in.
Come down here. Come down here.
Well, I'm not saying everybody go. I know you all want to help.
Don't everybody go. Pardon me.
TSB Echo Center, show me 84 TCH. Last one.
How you doing? I need the perp. The perp is over there. Right? He's in the bus.
Just get them online.
They got the guy already?
Yeah, he's shot.
Yeah, he's shot.
Local Deputy Captain, main 4 regards. South 4. Central is what's the KCH? That's 5? Voice is report to KCH. Yes, that's whatever said KCH.
Perp's in that ambulance right over there.
Relying on each other and our investigative partners and the community.
We're on scene in Brooklyn. From what we heard, 2 officers shot in stable condition at Kings County Hospital.
That's what I heard.
I think I may go the other way, guys. So I gotta get this perp. I don't.
Sergeant. Oh, Sergeant. We had a shot squad coming over at 485.
Multiple ESU units on the scene as well.
Alright, who's advising that this is not one mistake? Is this Criminal Sergeant? Come over at 485 Ocean Avenue. 485 Ocean Avenue. Came over at the same time. Seven up fire. See if there's anybody that speaks Creole that can come to 869 Flatbush, please. 869 Flatbush? 869 Flatbush, please. Somebody speaks Creole. Oh, 12 with 61 over. Alright, so far.
7-0 squad sergeant on the air. 7-0 squad sergeant. Oh, yeah.
The murder briefcase, is that by the
I think even the Bearcat showed up. Check it out. Guys, see that? We're gonna be close by the Bearcat in about a moment, but glad I captured a. Glad I'm gonna be captured.
We're way down slow.
I want to hold up the Bearcat. They could probably run the vehicle over. There's one ambulance here. Doubt the purpose of that ambulance. I'm ready to get this nice shot of the Bearcat. Another possibly a counterterrorism unit arriving.
Follow you on Instagram now.
Oh, thank you, thank you. You want to say anything?
Yeah, I'm exploring for the second one, so this is like great beach.
You don't mind being on camera? So, you live around here?
Yeah.
So we just heard about 2 officers shot here, and they're in stable condition. What we heard. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm gonna explore in the southern one, and definitely gonna be on the job one day. So it's hard for me to think that people in the office is getting injured and stuff like this is recently going on because I believe they're all good officers. I know from myself, this isn't the way to get justice if you want to try to resolve solution.
Any idea if it's any connection to any kind of looting or any of the riots that have been going on right now?
No, not that I know of. My people are doing anything with my friends. You know, I hang around good friends under the program. So
okay.
Just positive vibes. Hoping everything is better.
What's your take on the looting past few days recently? How do you feel about that?
I think it's senseless in a way because if you're fighting for justice, that wouldn't be the way to achieve the goal. You know, it's to sit down and once the person opinion and listen, and you know, just speak facts on what's going on. Even if it's going to hurt somebody's feelings, they have to know the truth. And once you hear the truth, people do a things and the action.
How do you want to give your name? Thank you,
just-
man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You said you want to say something?
Oh, just on the explore, you know, shout out to all my officers working again, Ocean Raptor. You guys be safe and root for you guys.
Thanks again, man. Yeah, it's pretty wild. The
Yeah.
perks in an ambulance there, I think I'm trying to go around or something.
Man, if I can follow you, I'm trying to ride, man.
Huh?
If I can follow you, I don't mind taking video. Man.
Oh, I mean, like, we're always looking for video. If you see something, you know, great, send it in. But feel free to DM me. We can go from there.
Gotcha.
Yeah?
I'll send you the video I took too.
All right, thanks.
All right, man.
All right, guys. A lot of traffic. A lot of traffic.
Real-time crime CO Central.
Real-time crime seal.
Please have all the units. 84 Flappers from Church, go 98. Have the executive take their personnel and take them back to post.
All right, time for all units. All units go 98 from Churchill. Flappers, all units go 98. Seven up, David. That's mobile. Five. The mobilization still on. Yeah, it's still on. The CO, I'm trying to reach out to CO. He didn't terminate it, is yet?
Emergency service board 7.
And the trick now is getting out of here.
Real-time crime seal. Real-time crime seal on the air. Real-time crime CO on the air.
Oh, good. So yeah, I'm at the police involved shooting. I'll be sending video as soon as I can. I heard two, and one person. From what I heard is, you know, in custody and in an ambulance. I'm trying to get that shot of the perp in the ambulance. But if not, I'll probably go to the hospital after that. Sorry? Oh yeah, I bet. But yeah, I'm gonna go to those two other scenes pretty soon.
Sergeant.
No problem, take it.
Sergeant.
let you all know what's going on right now in Iowa City.
0623.
Nope, don't see the part.
I'm sorry. I went to the store. I bought this. I'm not sorry, though. We're not buying that shit. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. We have to keep on walking, though. The protesters need us. We need to get going. How about that? Let's move! What's his name? George Floyd! 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 What's her name? George Floyd! What's her name? George Floyd! What's her name?
Oh yeah. The thing is, I do believe the ambulance, do see it in the distance here. Just, we got no angle on it, so. It's right over there.
I'm so fucking out of breath. You been here for a minute? Alright. Have y'all been here for a minute? Yeah. We're TNN. You want to tell us about what was going on up here? I heard there were some smoke bombs.
I didn't hear any smoke bombs. They just started down at the Southwest Waterfront.
I was down there with them. We got a report that there were police throwing gas canisters up here.
Man, I probably got down there after having that
Yeah.
smoke bomb.
Oh yeah. Well, cool. Yeah, the Toe News Network. No, just the name of my channel. Yeah, we're using 5G right now, Sugar Devil. When I try using my other streaming phone with 4G or whatever, it literally could not get a connection. The fact I have any connection right now is a miracle. Sorry, it's potato quality.
Yesterday I didn't like that. Doesn't feel like it.
Anyone joining us, we're in a scene in Brooklyn where 2 cops were shot, both stable condition at Kings County Hospital. Also heard of a perp that was taken into custody by police. Do believe he's either being treated by EMS or transported by EMS. I'm not sure in the condition of that perp. Not sure in the gender, Crystal.
Possible. I love being out here and documenting everything that's going on right now. I really believe this is a pivotal point in civil rights history, so I'm really happy to be out here being able to get some of this. So this is completely funded by viewers, so thank you again. You're all making this possible. Appreciate it. Love you all. Back to the protest. No, you!
Everyone involved in this shooting, where did you meet it? That's what it was on KCH. 70FIO, what's your location? On Church Flat. Stand by there, 50 GI.
And the other 3 cops that were beside him finally got charged of abiding to a death or something like that, but they're being charged as well. So it seems like there's some actual change going on as a result of the nationwide protests. So we'll see what's going on tomorrow and the rest of tonight. I can only see this getting larger. So it should be really interesting to see how this plays out. Cancellation for 1118 36 Street.
was 2 cops shot.
I was again authority of the Brooklyn South homicide, requesting Brooklyn North detective personnel or Brooklyn South detective personnel to location 6 banks. So now if I go in it.
Yeah, I'll see you there. I had no shot on the damn perp in the ambulance. I definitely didn't catch the cops either at the crime scene.
Saying I'm paid to be out here. This is pre-recorded. This is all by my own volition. I've been taking half days at work. I've been out here putting in work for 6 days now, getting this all documented. I'm out here because I want to be. Am I hiring? Says yes. Nick G. No, I got a different job. Not going to talk about it. Zionist shill, Jew agent, MK Ultra puppet, glowy CIA, FBI, APD op. See, that's what people are saying, man. No problem, not my flag one. Really happy to be out here in the front lines. When it first started, I was out here in the front lines when they were shooting rubber bullets and gassing me. And I'm still out here when things are peaceful and the police are treating us right. I'll be out here no matter the conditions, no matter the night. As long as there's people out here trying to make a change, I'll be out here documenting it. Spartan 117, welcome to the chat. Hey, yo, Spartan 117, what's going on, man? Stand up and fight back. 1312 says, do you support the protests? 100% I support them. They're 100% justified, and they're totally necessary. Hola, to Pablo, lame sus bolas. peludas en apoyo de tus esfuerzos para hacer fluir la revolución. Trae a Pablo leche. Yo he estado dándole leche cada día de goat con un rato de carne. Yo he estado dándole carne fresca porque es mejor para la salud con un rato de leche. Gracias por dejar comentarios, lo agradezco. Rana G says, ¿cómo estás, Tristan? Muy bien. Estoy muy emocionado de estar aquí con todas las personas apoyando al sistema mejor con policía. All right, guys, it looks like we're going back south, back toward the waterfront. When people realize there was no police on the Burnside Bridge, I'm trying to get back toward the front, but there's a big crowd here. It might be a second. Actually, I'll go on the next block and jog ahead. No! My cigarettes. Yeah, you know what? That one's for somebody else, dude. Oh yeah. Hey, no problem. Enjoy. Pardon me, guys. Oh, I see you coming through. Pardon me. Excuse me. Thank you. Pardon me. We're currently headed south on 3rd Avenue. We're on, I actually don't know what the cross street is right now, but it's headed south on 3rd Avenue from the Burnside Bridge. Guys, I put it on 1500 kilobits at 720p. We'll see if it holds. If it doesn't, I need to put it back down, but the quality should be better.
Waiting for the press conference here. At some point, not sure where. I mean, not sure what time, but definitely we're anticipating a press conference.
I got $20 dono.
Hospital right here.
Let me read that out loud. Hey, you are amazing. Stand up. Thank you for that donation. Stand up. Appreciate it. Thank you again. Appreciate a $20 donation.
Was on scene since midnight.
Go so far. We need money to go into that, and that's where the budget as a moral document comes in. There's always political will to put more money into the police budget. The police budget in Minneapolis is almost $200 million, and we have right now we approved last year a budget of $1.6 billion. They take up a huge chunk. I had to fight relentlessly to get $50,000 for a domestic violence intervention program strategy for us to implement, despite the fact that in Minneapolis, the #1 reason for 911 initiated police calls for service is because of domestic assault. We are not successfully getting to the roots of these issues.
Blue Dodge Charger, pretty nice.
Systemic
Really not much here as far as action goes. Of course, if I came here much sooner, then we would have definitely caught some stuff as far as police entering the ER bay and all that kind of stuff. Because from what I heard, they were transported in the police car and not transported via ambulance. At this point, there's probably more action at the actual scene of the crime than the hospital.
Accountable, because there is some real momentum here. Like I said, we've heard, since I've been in office, I've heard from so many folks who are just like,
when the police started charging on us with bicycles, and I was interviewing some of the residents in that building who had been out on the streets, and it was incredibly blurry.
Oh, you got goggles? For this guy. Right here. He needs the goggles.
Who needs goggles?
Bobby said he got
Bobby.
Check it. Listen.
Bobby.
Yeah, I got them. We got goggles. You got any gloves? Yeah, I got a bunch of stuff, a medical thing for you guys in my backpack. The second bag. It should be that second bag, top bag. There's a big medical bag I brought for you guys. First aid, gloves, heavy duty gloves. That right there, that's you. That's all you. Protest. So let's go to
all you. You got power? You got power? You got power. You got power. Thank you, buddy. You know, the tear gas actually hurts worse than the flashbang.
Chicago's lit too. Everybody's got earplugs.
Flashbangs are just scary. I don't know.
Goggles. Everybody's got. I can bring back more goggles.
Although I'm not that MSNBC news anchor, Jolene Kent, I think her name was, live on MSNBC 2 nights ago, Monday night, she was hit with either a flashbang or a grenade or a tear gas canister. I'm not sure which. It was some sort of incendiary device. If you haven't seen it, I recommend you Google it or YouTube it. It's Seattle protest, J-O, Ling, L-I-N-G, last name Kent, K-E-N-T. She was live with Bryant Gumbel on MSNBC getting hit with a frickin' incendiary device from Seattle PD. And she was at the park. And if you don't know anything about Cal Anderson Park, there is a 15-foot tall fence that surrounds it. So that means that the police officers shot this canister over the fence. They're just shooting indiscriminately.
Came here at the end of the night, decided to pop shit off in a lot of areas. I'm from here. All right, man. Well, I've lived in this neighborhood 1 block away, so I'm going to stand right here. If you appreciate that, I appreciate you. All right. Last night I had to go to sleep with fucking tear gas in my home. With the windows closed.
Yep. This guy's saying that last night he had tear gas come into his apartment with the windows closed.
Oh, yeah.
Local resident.
4,000 of us. Flashbang grenade. Shrapnel in the eye or something like that. It's a lot of worse things.
Sorry about that, y'all. I don't know what happened.
You know what I'm saying? I try to tell you.
Laurie got that Boost Mobile over here, though. He's got perfect connection.
Hey, so look. One more string, right? We got somebody who got the printer, so like on the clothes.
To have it not leave. So you saw cops from every form, ESU, SOG, counterterrorism, you name it. highway patrol, and every supervisor in the area probably showed up to that scene. It is hot. It is hot, guys. Now, I know I probably didn't do my hair as well as that one cop did in the last video we put out, but you know what? I need a haircut as well. More officers surviving. You know what? I'll give you guys this shot. It's a good shot.
Much is over to Adam 1. Adam 1. Much is over to Adam 1. Be advised in the North Precinct receiving an unconfirmed 5480 Central Park to Columbus. Citizen male nude at the location. At the time is unconfirmed.
There's a nude male at Central Park in Columbus. Where is he tonight? He's not with me.
66 You're fine. No, we're around the block. Might be one of the same. Much is 744. Checkpoint came over around the same time when they were over the 70 area. I'd be about to the time to have a request in regards to 31 of a commercial at 306 East 204 Street between Perry to Hall. The request to issue at the location for a ladder. They're requesting a ladder at that location. You 4 red on that request? 4 red, direct rental.
Alright, let's feed some video. Looks like my wife left her mask in the car.
With a cardiac condition, coming from to Navy EMS is on scene. Unconfirmed 10 shots fired coming from a third party caller West 176 to Pinehurst. So there's one right on the street level and confirm at this time. 3-2 receiving unconfirmed 10 shots fired in the quest from 170 on West 139 Lennox. Caller said they heard a loud noise at the location. 5 shots fired confirmed. It's Charlie. For 20. Charlie Cat. And you also requested a regard. EMS. 10-4. 66 Charlie outside. The 59 of a residence on the issue. Were you able to respond? Negative. Did I see your response, Central?
And I even got an interview. This is great. Less than 10 minutes of video.
We have no information from FD. Checking on the callback will advise.
Beyond charging individual officers, we need to be moving away from police as a solution to public health problems. Police are not first responders to deal, they're not prepared to deal with mental health crises. They're not prepared to provide homeless services for our current houseless neighbors. They're not prepared to deal with the myriad of things that we call on police to do. So we really need to be redirecting those funds to evidence-based public health approaches that work.
Keep it peaceful Yeah, no curfew. No curfew. Another unit came from the first she was already responding to mobile unit within the intersection of 120. He's at all, he's at 120.
Sergeant Central. Continuous on Parkwood 20. We still get 14 views for first time. So we don't get the location of occurrence and what was taken yet. No, just get the box going. And it's calling for the US.
The guy I interviewed is an NYPD Explorer, and you know, he has a very, very positive perception of police, and you know, that's why I think that's a great program. You know, it's really guiding the youth of New York City in the right direction. And he mentioned that he intends to be a police officer as well.
Activated in authority operations at 395 Maple Street, New York to Miami Corp. Operations advising 2 rounds on the rooftop in authority operations.
The Bearcat, I gotta say, pretty sweet to catch that.
How much did you say was going for? For what? Cancellation of 5-2 for 2676 Drake Avenue.
Always nice catching that Bearcat.
Any idea if it's any connection to it? If it's gonna hurt somebody's feelings, they have to know the truth. Oh, it's an expert. Shout out to all my officers that get
Cool kid, that guy. Cool kid.
Go for him. Cancellation of 6-1 for Avenue X as an X-Ray.
Let's have one. Okay. Time 4 minutes 59.
Alright, nice 7-minute video here.
Location. Identify yourself, please. What unit?
Harvard, George.
What unit? Identify yourself, please.
So, zone 4 all out, so.
For what location?
Over the additional Green Concord. Harvard, George. Location.
I have the information in regards to a job at
We have 2 patients down, 2 ambulances on scene. We have a 3rd patient now that is also down. We need another bucket.
I'm sending it now.
100, I was in station WIS 567 to assess the
We are still authorized at 1 a.m.
Is that unit with a message? The second portal was open, parachute. I'm 0100 up.
Harvard, George. 44.
Harbor Drive.
Directed Patrol, Gracie Mansion.
10-4.
44 entry, Department 5-7.
What unit identify yourself, please? All units be advised when you call the citywide, you have to identify yourself.
The mobile 305. On the thank you.
Second photo was open carry, second photo was open.
Command post 309.
7 Lieutenant. Are you at a check establishment? Can you tell me the desk?
For the purpose of keeping the battery connected to the camera, I mean to the phone, whatever, I am going to be keeping the phone on this camera. Because it's such a pain, I gotta say, to keep on reconnecting and connecting, worrying about the phone running out of battery.
Central be advised, male white with a black tank top and black jeans walking in the vicinity of 4th and Broadway with 14 clothing. Should have all MOS. Keep an eye out. Show which spot for truck force job.
Okay, what do you know? I heard you say you're going to truck force job?
Send the truck top and other stuff. Just have all MOS and be vigilant. Take a look around it.
Things happening lately.
And we're charging.
Male white, black tank top, black jeans, black and white sneakers. What does he want? He's not one essential. He's just a ragged male walking around, saying fuck cops and other things of the sort. Just have all MOS.
Okay, once again, it's going to be male white.
Center that you need to know about. We'll have that online on kgw.com and on the KGW app. Until then, we'll return you to your programming and we'll see you at 11 o'clock. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Adam. 6 Adam, check. One in the scene with it earlier 13, that was 4. 10-4. 664, disregard. And I'll speak to the sergeant. 10-4.
Adam 4.
Adam 4, good.
484-52.
7-4, 104 out.
4-4.
What's your name?
4-4.
I'll confirm 54, rescue to 50104 and 1862, what's on? I'll confirm 10 shots 5, confirm to 90.
To leave the East Precinct, whoever this person is over here on this megaphone is not in touch. Whoever the so-called leader is over here is clearly not in touch with perhaps 1,000 people here. These people have an issue with the East Precinct. They built their supply line around
the East Precinct. And so it's nonsensical for the crowd here, for them to leave. This person's coming in, you know, with their face totally covered, 100% ski mask, totally unidentifiable, on a megaphone telling everybody to leave. My friend, you guys are dealing with a different kind of protester downtown. Like I said, the black leader, dog, and pony show ain't gonna work. I don't know what you guys gonna pull out your sleeves downtown, but these kids ain't going for it. You just saw it right there with your own eyes. These kids ain't going for it. You know what I'm saying? That woman was put on the megaphone, like I said early on, people would jump and go any direction. She said,
Gabby, we'll see you
it's
soon.
not about, that's what I'm saying. It's not about Black Lives Matter. It's not about George Floyd. It's about these guys being mad at the East Precinct. It's a very big issue here. And if people go on TV and everything else, and they're just talking about George Floyd, then they're already out of touch with the sentiment of the people on the streets. This is what I'm saying. Man, these guys need to have a block party out here. You know what I'm saying? Build some peace, love, and understanding. It's the arts district. Maybe you'll find some different routes. You know what I'm saying? A lot of this might be able to be solved in the neighborhood because these people are here, a big part of them, because they now have an issue with the East Precinct. Now you guys are listening, new people on the street. You're like, man, Omari, why are you saying they got an issue with the East Precinct specifically? A perfect example last night. Some of you guys have been with me for a while. You've heard it a few times before. Last night, there was a nurse that got off from Swedish Hospital in his scrubs, walking home, walked past Pine Street, saw a protest over there, came out there, hands up, don't shoot, all that, and then he got gassed. And now today, there's 10 or 12 nurses from Swedish here. You get what I'm saying? The math is just that simple. The math is just, you don't even need to go that deep. Think about what I just told you. The nurse from Swedish came by here. He gets gassed. He was one guy. Now today you got 12. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to be a mathematical genius to figure it out. Those 12 people are people that might have never been to a protest over here, had no issue, no nothing. But you know what I'm saying? It's a multiplying force. And that's what I'm saying is it's like, man, if people just think that something George Floyd or whatever, no matter what happens downtown, y'all gonna have to come make some peace with this neighborhood too. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you guys do down here, you gotta make some peace with this neighborhood. We heard on the call today, there's people, tear gas seeped into their home, their young baby got sick. You know what I'm saying? It's everything. Whoever this is on the megaphone, they playing a game. First they came out here talking about, let's go, we gotta get out of here. You know what I'm saying? Then it was like, Blue Lives Matter. We see them inching back. We see people inching back. Looks like, you know what I'm saying? It's like the messaging keeps changing and everything. You know what I'm saying? I done worked in, you know what I'm saying, to run all kinds of campaigns. You can't keep changing the messaging. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, come on, son. This is what I'm telling you. You guys need to understand. You now have a leaderless resistance up here on Broadway. And like I said, the one dog and pony show sending some black people up here front and live, telling these young white kids, Black Lives Matter, go right and go left and all that. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. These kids up here on Capitol Hill, they ain't falling for it. So you know what I'm saying? I don't know what you guys are cooking up downtown, but you know, if your plan is to bring in, you know what I'm saying, all the gatekeepers and think these kids gonna jump, they ain't jumping. I'm gonna let you know right now, you know what I'm saying? That's why I said it's a great opportunity for leadership and people who are in touch, have a sense of empathy and understand that, man, you know, these guys are, man, it's a serious issue. Are you hearing me, Joey?
Yeah.
Are you in agreement of what I'm saying here?
100%. This is not just about George Floyd. I mean, at this point, we had 2-3 nights in a row where this particular precinct has been completely out of pocket, unprovoked. They grabbed that umbrella and started spraying people. People got pissed off. Now what we're seeing is
there it is. Hey, so how come that camera there and monitor? You guys said you wanted somebody to come. You guys said you wanted somebody to come. The chief is here. You said you wanted somebody to come. The chief is here. The chief's gonna talk.
We got the chief of police out here.
You guys said you wanted some leadership out here. Here's the chief. Let the chief talk. You know what I'm saying? No, it's all right. It's all right. This is what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you. So we see the chief of police. But I'm going to tell you something, though. I'm sorry. This is an actual big moment, though, because the chief of police in Seattle, Chief Carmen Best, came out to inspect the lines. It's my mama. Hey, call my mama. Hey, Mom. I'm going to call you from a different phone.
Excuse me, guys. I got a live with like 2,000 people here. I got to get it on.
Yeah, man, these guys get fun. So. Chief of police is George Floyd. George Floyd. George Floyd. Chief Best will address the crowd. Now, what we saw here, yeah, we just got it. So, what we're doing right now, and maybe that's what's calling me, is Chief Best is out here. They said Chief Best was trying to call me, and people have been calling me, but you know what I'm saying? I've been hanging up because I'm on the stream. So that's the phone call that we got, is that the chief was looking for my phone number. We're having a conversation. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if that'll still be able to work out. Hold on 1 second.
I think that's who was trying to call you earlier.
Yeah, okay, so... He's got a phone call on the other phone here. The Chief Best is trying to reach me out here. And hopefully we have an opportunity to talk to Chief Best. And really, I think that the crowd should want to hear what the Chief of Police says. Because you know what? It's the protesters' actions here that have brought the Chief of Police of the 10th biggest city in America. The 10th biggest city of America, the protesters' action have brought the Chief of Police here tonight in full dress. So we know that the chief is out here somewhere.
Take off your riot gear. We don't see no riot here. Take off your riot gear. We don't see no riot here. Take off your riot gear.
It's a crazy scene here. Like I said, the chief has arrived as the bare chest trumpeter is still playing Amazing Grace. She's the chief. She can definitely speak unless she wants to. You know what I'm saying? I think the crowd will let her speak. You know, you got a few people. It's like anything, man. You know what I'm saying? Everybody gets booed. You think the chief gets booed? Man, think of how many times your aspiring rapper cousin gets booed. Trying to, hit you with that old mixtape. You know what I'm saying? Boo. Get that out of here. So, you know what I'm saying? Can't be chief and not be able to take a few boos. You know what I'm saying? But let's see what's transpiring here. You see the chief of police. He's come out. Brother, is there any way that we can get that angle with that? Thank you. I appreciate it, family. Yeah, hopefully. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just the chief being here tonight, I don't know if she'll speak or not, but the chief being here tonight means, man, these people just be talking, man. This is crazy. It's just, whoever's just talking over there is just talking. They've become real analysis. They just become totally irrelevant. it's just noise on a megaphone at this point, and maybe they just keep talking, thinking it's whatever. These kids are up here on Capitol Hill for their own reasons.
Yeah. You need to fucking make it.
Basically, it's
you
like,
make sense.
Man, it's just randomly yelling. That's what be making you think that a lot of these people. Yeah, that's what makes you think that a lot of these people who say they're leaders is plants, man. You know what I'm saying? It's disingenuous. These kind of people. Hey, your phone's on do not disturb. These are the kind of people. 10%. These are the kind of people, man, that make you think that these so-called leaders is plants.
You know you're in that part of Brooklyn when all you smell is weed. Drugs are bad. Shouldn't do it, okay? Drugs are bad. Alright. I actually remembered my keyboard for once.
On the 6th floor, there's a male sitting in the hallway that doesn't fit this location. Was talking to himself. No description. He advised there are some units at this location at his TP advised, but nothing on the 6th floor. 63934 Southwest.
Who want to be on the whatever. 40%! It's a new day. These guys are smart. You hear me? Like, why would we leave our supplies? Why would we leave our food? That's the march. You hear what they say? We need you on North. The protesters are wasting the police time. George Floyd! 70, 80. George Floyd. I will tell you this. George Floyd. You black leaders that's out there that done gassed up these people downtown, thinking that you can make this stop. Listen, we ain't seen you out here. All you black leaders out there gassed up downtown. I'll put it like that because it's also not a real authentic news outlet. So they know they ain't told the wrong celebration. But there's a lot of people out there that done told the mayor that they got the juice. They done told
For the command post, we're going to have to leave in 1 minutes. Fly back to Boeing, refuel.
I'm going to tell you, you're going to come out here and get your feelings hurt. You know what I'm saying? We need authenticity. So all you guys that been gatekeeping, come out here. You done been doing it. Come on, you've been telling how you've been leading people for 20 and 30 years. Where you at?
Your plan to get back up there?
All you gatekeeping black leaders.
Back up shortly after. Yeah, grab some Tampa.
You saw the chief out here before we saw you. And I know a lot of people.
Can I get that pizza?
This ain't your issue.
They have all
these three officers,
third watch officers, and the Valley Point right here now.
Don't use the leverage of these protests to further your agenda. If you can't be out here with these white people protesting, don't use that.
There's call 153, 1 Northeast, 145. Caller stated subject instructions to him over a bag of marijuana, unknown attire, intoxicated, and unknown direction of travel. 153, 1 Northeast, 145.
I got shoes for in these people's names.
We're standing here!
You can't sit out here and eat this tear gas and everything else. If you ain't got no juice in these streets, don't go downtown fronting like you got the juice. You know what I'm saying? Days is over here. Yeah, we're trying to get an interview with Chief Bass. Go to your grandma. Go to your grandma and see what's up.
The live stream above the crowd is by a woman named Jessica Frost. Jessica Frost. She's filming from right there.
I'm not part of nothing. I'm gonna keep it real with you. You know what I'm saying? If you're a black leader and you plan on using these people protesting every day, and this protest is 90% white. If you're a black leader and you want to use
Street, color 55, at the corner of 145 and 15.
What's going on?
They didn't express to shoot him over a bag of marijuana. They did take a location in a black sedan. Check the black male in 25 pins, slim build with all black clothing. He saw a black object walking out of the pins, talking to the subject.
Because a lot of you guys been gassing City Hall, you guys been gassing the county council, and you guys been gassing Governor Inslee for far too long, talking about you speak for the people. Guess what? The people out here speaking for themselves. How about that? And I ain't seen none of you. You know what I'm saying? I ain't seen none of you. You know what I'm saying? Man, he right here. This boy came in. I didn't know he was coming here. You know what I'm saying? He came out here. You know he won his ass out here. And this is another reason, man. I'm all out for peace. I'm all out. My son now came out here. I'm gonna have a different conversation with him. You know what I'm saying?
Again, the caller speaking has two buildings just north of the suspect was wider age now, 20 to 30, dark hair.
Real. No, real deal. I gotta get
30 seconds. I heard a message. I want to hear from God. You want to give her your number? No, I don't know my number. We're gonna double up.
We have no intent to engage this crowd. Please stay peaceful. There are children in this gathering. We want everyone to be safe. We encourage you to exercise your First Amendment rights and remain peaceful.
Did you change from last night? Did you change your opinion from fucking last night? You don't want to riot anymore?
We have no intent to engage this crowd. Please stay peaceful. There are children in this gathering. We want everyone to be safe. We encourage you to exercise your First Amendment rights and remain peaceful.
kids. It's a fucking problem. Where's the motherfucker?
We have no intent to engage this crowd. Please stay peaceful. There are children in this gathering. We want everyone to be safe. We encourage you to exercise your First Amendment rights and remain peaceful.
Thank you. Hey, we're about to move past. We're about to move past. Sure. Go ahead. No problem, man. Want to keep on going? Excuse me. Can I get the fence? Can I get the fence so I can just move back? Thank you. Thank you.
You stand for corruption.
Thank you. Hey, tell him. Tell him. Keep telling him. Speak your fucking truth. Speak your fucking truth. Oh, he's listening. He's just not responding.
Well, we don't know how to respond. He's too ashamed of himself to come.
Keep speaking. Let him know. Speak your fucking truth. Tell him you're angry. Tell him why you're angry. Keep speaking your truth. Keep speaking your truth. Hey, you want to come up here and talk to him? Come yell at this man in his face. Hey, come over here. Come over here, baby. Come yell at this man to his face. Don't be fucking with the kids, but let him know how you feel. Mods, can you please start banning the people putting in shit about kids and extreme racism and all that? Please ban them all. I know there's a lot of people here, more than usual, but we need to keep it up. Oh, no. Hey, can I get my two-gun back? Hands up! 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 What do we want? Justice! When do we
What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want?
Gotten like 3 to 4 racists put on blast this week. We got the school board director in Vancouver to resign this week because we screenshotted his ass and shared it on social media. We got that racist guy out in, I forget where it is, somewhere in Washington State. He did the George Floyd challenge where he laid on the ground. He was a wrestling coach, the head wrestling coach. We got his ass dragged and fired. He's effectively banned from that school district forever. We got that woman, Carrie Lee, out of Renton. She owns the quilting zone. She said, I won't repeat what she said, but she said some really horrible things on social media. We screenshotted that shit and we blew her up on social media. Everybody in Renton knows her name now. So if these people are trolling you, rather than getting into a crazy debate with them, go to their Facebook page, take a screenshot of what they said, find out where they work, blow them up. Because it works. It's been working. Trust me, I'll help you do it. If you send me screenshots of what they said and where they work and what their name is, send it to me in Messenger and I will help you blow it up. I might need a little help and it might take a little bit of time, but believe me, if these people want to show their whole ass. Alright, for everybody who wants to watch the live stream with the Chief of Police, Carmen Best, this is the name. That is who, let's see if I can get him come into focus. Omari is currently live. And he's going to be talking with the Chief of Police, Carmen Best, here in just a minute. What happened? So go on over to Omari's Facebook page, or open up another window. I recommend opening up another window so you can see from different angles. And watch his conversation with the Chief of Police, Carmen Best. See what they have to say. No closed door conversations. I believe he's going to be live streaming it because he's bringing the community with him, which is the only thing you can do. Because these police have abused everybody in this community's civil rights in the last couple of days. This is everybody's conversation, and we need everybody to hold her accountable. Somebody just post, please, open up a new window and post the link to Omari's live in the comments. This isn't hard, folks. Come on. Somebody please post that link in the comments. I appreciate y'all. Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Blith. Thank you, Mackenzie. We got a fuck ton of umbrellas, but I wouldn't exactly call that arms. Alright, Omari's still walking there. Thank you for the update.
They're the outside agitators. They're not peaceful. They're here with the riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off your riot gear. I don't see no riot here. Take off your
That is what I'm talking about here. Look at this. Got an umbrella strapped to. Hell yeah. That's what's up. That's what's up.
I'm gonna go talk to him. Excuse me real quick. Okay, go ahead, sorry. Excuse me real quick. Yeah, I'm trying. My bad, man. Yeah. I'm trying to document everything. I'll try to tell everybody.
Stand right there?
Yeah, I'll just be able to myself on there.
Stand right here.
I'll just snug tight.
No, it's not right. It's a press conference.
Hey, Sergeant, do you mind if I talk to you? Hey, Sergeant. What's your I just want you to...
Hey, can I ask you to take a little bit of a step back from the fence, please? A little bit of a step back.
I know you're trying to
take a little step back from the fence. It needs to breathe. Please take a little bit of...
Hey, Sergeant Jacobson, can I talk to you for a minute? Sergeant Jacobson.
It's great to see all of y'all here with me today.
Can I talk to you?
All of my allies, my brothers and sisters, it's beautiful to have you guys here and this massive amount of people. This is what we are talking. This is how you create change. Right here. When you show up right here and you let them know we see you. Am I right? You let them know we're here to hold you accountable. We're not here to destroy our city that we live in. We're not here to hurt people. We are here to deliver a message. A message. The message is black people are just as good as any other people. Black people have just as much to offer in this country as any other people. For years we have been misunderstood. The media has mischaracterized us and treated us like we were lesser than. They have depicted us as nothing more than basketball players, drug dealers, people trying to make it out the hood. No, sir.
How you doing?
What's up, man? How are you?
Good.
Misunderstood. The media has mischaracterized us and treated us like we were lesser than. They have depicted us as nothing more than basketball players, drug dealers, people trying to make it out the hood. No, sir. And we're still being scared when a cop jogs by. Imagine being 100% totally legitimate and somehow you still have an innate sense of fear based off of your existence. The same way a gazelle is naturally afraid of a tiger. It doesn't even make sense. We are naturally hunted more than anybody else in this country. Gang task. have an innate sense of fear based off of your existence. The same way a gazelle is naturally afraid of a tiger. It doesn't even make sense. We are naturally hunted more than anybody else in this country. Have an innate sense of fear.
Doesn't get any more escalated than what the cops do every fucking minute.
Sure, let me grab my cord. I got 15 feet and this has some... No comment. And they got some space. Those are from the summer. It's like the contour.
Hear me! I have a fucking name! I have a name, you have a name! Let our names ring loud, let our strength ring loud! It don't have to be violent, strength don't have to be violent! If you care about me and my people, you throw a single thing, you prove otherwise, it's always y'all! Y'all wanna throw something? You wanna hijack our movement? I wanna live! I don't care about chaos! Y'all tripping! I've lived in chaos my whole life! Y'all wanna fucking break windows, motherfucker? No, I wanna... the system. Sleep person 8 times because you walked into the wrong house. Also, if you would have walked into the right house, you would have shot the person 8 times while they were asleep. Unbelievable. Listen, guys, we can stay out here as long as we need to, but we won't be able to as long as we are violent. Stay peaceful. I get it, you're mad, you're passionate. Don't be violent. We are better than that. The second we sink that low, there's no point, our point is moot. So if you really care about this movement, there's a right and a wrong way to go about bringing change. If you don't understand that, maybe go to the back. There's a lot of accountability and
They're now chanting ACAB.
All cops are bastards! All cops are bastards! All cops are bastards! All cops are bastards!
I don't think anything's going to pop off with the police chief around the corner. That wouldn't be good optics for SPD, so I'm not too worried. I'm in my comfy position here, kind of leaned up against the fence. I know earlier protesters were tossing daisies, little white flowers in front of the police's feet. That's the extent to which I've seen any sort of provocation on behalf of the protesters other than shouting things like all cops are bastards, etc., etc. I know. I don't even know if there's real pizza in there. Do you guys know if there's pizza in those boxes?
Yeah, there is pizza.
There's real
I've
pizza?
been trying to get this guy to fucking get it for me. We offered it to them, but they didn't take it.
Well, I don't know if I'd eat that pizza if I were them either, truth be told, but...
Quit your job!
Alyssa, that's unverified. I haven't seen anybody toss anything other than those flowers, and those appear to have came from some young girls.
Go hand in hand! Cops and clan go hand in
I haven't seen any
hand! Cops and
plans, not to
clan
say
go
that
hand
doesn't
in
exist, but that's
hand!
definitely been a case in the past. I've been to plenty of protests here in the Seattle area where there are actively plainclothes resources, as they call them, dressed up as civilians, dressed up as protesters, dressed up as people who are there to just sort of participate in the experience, when in fact they're there to collect information about protesters, infiltrate their Facebook organizing groups, relay information to and from protesters' mouths to the police and police chief to get an understanding of tactics. So it's very, very possible that that's again happening here tonight. I just haven't seen it in terms of lobbing objects into the crowd. Seattle Police Department received, according to Cairo News, 14,000 complaints from the Seattle area residents in response to that 9-year-old girl that was maced on Saturday downtown at Westlake Center. 14,000. Again, Christine and everybody else who's watching, there was a very specific list of demands that were given directly to the chief of police and the mayor during a Facebook live stream this afternoon. The meeting started at 3:30. There was 10,000 people, no joke, outside of Seattle City Hall, and we had a group of different representatives from different organizations that are primarily grassroots, activist-led, in that meeting, live streaming the event. The mayor was 20 minutes late, 25 minutes late. I want to point that out. And then secondarily, they did not even acknowledge the very clear demands that were laid out in front of them. These were very specific demands related to defunding of the SPD by 50%, demilitarize the police, so no more robocops. These people are out here looking like Ninja Turtles up in these streets for what? Umbrellas? Like, come on, y'all. It's ridiculous. Some other things about not rescinding the withdrawal from the federal consent decree. Mayor Jenny Durkin and the city attorney, to my understanding, Pete Holmes, as well as the chief of police, Carmen Best, are in conversation with the Trump administration to withdraw from that federal consent decree that they have been under for excessive use of force and abuse of civil rights since, I believe, 2014, 2015. So those are some of the demands. I think there's a few more that I haven't listed here, but those are very clearly laid out for the mayor and the chief of police and went completely ignored. And I say that with confidence because there are live streams that show it. The protesters came out, the mayor came out to talk to the 10,000 protesters on the steps of Seattle City Hall, and she started the conversation by saying that she gets it because her parents
they choose to stand away from us. And we're not even violent. We have no types of weapons. The only weapon we carry is our voices. But they stand a whole street away from us. They don't trust us, but they're the ones with AK-47s. They're the ones with pistols. So we're the ones that they should watch out for? What? I would say every single cop over there should get fired. I know there's about 0.5% of them that want good for us, but that's not enough. They still chose to wear the uniform that's oppressing us. They still choose to come out to their shift that says to block our message. We have a message, so clock the fuck out or get the fuck out, because we don't care no more. It's more than black people now. It's more than Mexicans. We know what ICE is doing. We're on them too. It's more. It's more than white people. Way more. It's more than natives. We're unified. We live in one fucking soil. SPD, you do not have to be here. You can get a new job. You cannot get a new soul. You can go home. The SPD sucks. We were stupid enough for them to get away with it. It is not just the SPD. It's every fucking police system in this nation. All of these motherfuckers think they can kill my brother. I don't care if I've never met George Floyd. He has the same skin as me. That could have been me over there being mistaken for using a fake 20. Oh, and they found out that 20 he was using was real, by the way. It was real. It was not even fake. It could have been any one of us. We have the same skin color.
It's been pretty peaceful. How much would you guys hate me if I still get some sleep? Well, I don't want to, I don't know. I want to stay. I'm just really tired.
out of the hands of the protester, and their partner subsequently spray the entire crowd, and it only went south from there. I'm gonna take out my earplug so I can hear. Oh damn, it is still lit out here.
You just want police violence, don't you, you piece of shit?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Just how many? How long? This thing kind of high? Yeah, it works. I mean, like, it helps me stay up. Go.
So Amari's being called a traitor for going behind enemy lines.
Marching to honor George Floyd and speak out against police brutality.
Take off your riot gear! I don't see no riot here! Take off your riot gear!
No way.
Take off your riot gear!
We got the pizza back.
Who wants pizza? Take off your riot gear!
Thankfully, it's been a very peaceful night. You can see thousands of people there. We hope it stays peaceful. From Sky 8, we've been able to see protesters talking with officers at that fence that's blocking off the Justice Center area down on 3rd. Our Mike Benner is live in downtown Portland, where the crowd is now gathered around the Justice Center. And Mike, it looks like several thousand are there. It looks like a bigger crowd around the Justice Center tonight.
Much bigger, Laurel. Right now we're on the outskirts of Terry Shrunk Plaza, watching the scene here behind us. My photographer Kenny Mack will push in here. Again, this.
Thanks for your pizza.
Came out last night. We saw video of police spray painting cars, and the chief actually today stood by that, saying it helps them follow up with people in those cars who police saw handing out weapons to protesters. There was also an instance of a police SUV speeding through an intersection as protesters moved barricades. We've had video of that on our social media. The chief told us today that is under investigation. Now, this is video of just kind of generically the more chaotic moments last night. Again, this is last night, not tonight. Things were peaceful for hours before this, but once this got going, we saw a lot of questions. Portland police basically want people to know in moments like these, they use tear gas, they say, when they see large crowds who are being violent. They say they do that to try to clear people out. They also use flashbang type devices, they said today, when it's one or two specific people who they believe are being violent. And then today, at that second press conference, the commander of PPB's rapid response team got very candid about how officers are feeling right now.
And we are physically and emotionally exhausted. We are physically and emotionally in pain. I have officers that are injured, physical injuries, and I can tell you that every night when we come back to the precinct, we're emotionally in pain because we're seeing a community divided like we have never experienced in our careers. People have this sense that we enjoy going out and doing what we do, even when it turns into crowd control, and I can tell you there's nothing further from the truth. We love our community. We want to serve our community and facilitate free speech. And my experience over the last 6 days has been that the majority of people out there are doing exactly that, engaging in free speech. They're peaceful. But I see a small group of people coming downtown who are angry, who just want to fight against the system, who look for every opportunity they can to turn it into a violent situation, a violent conflict with the police.
Lieutenant Franz Schaining there. He also did this sort of show and tell with his riot gear because he knows people have concerns about police officers using sort of military style gear. He described, for example, a ballistic vest with extra pouches for munitions, aka flashbang type devices, pepper spray, radios, and first aid equipment. And Laurel will be posting more clips from that press conference at kgw.com. Back to you.
Well, we hope we don't see that conflict tonight. Thank you, Maggie. Outside of Portland, protests continue as smaller towns show their support for the Black community. Catherine Cook spent the day in Scappoose, where protesters gathered. She joins us live now from Pioneer Courthouse Square. Catherine?
And Laurel, it's a very different scene out here tonight at the square compared to this time last night. It's quiet, peaceful, and nearly empty. In fact, you can see the mural here on the ground that says, "We are together." We found that sense of unity in St. Helens tonight. That's where community members held a protest and a march. It was a gathering that almost didn't happen. The reason? Many people in St. Helens were afraid of what might happen if they stood up for the cause.
St. Helens loves you!
In St. Helens, voices and signs of support bobbed up and down as people marched through town Wednesday night. They said Black Lives Matter in a community where Black lives, well, there aren't very many of them.
It's important for communities that lack diversity to come together because it shows just a few numbers of diverse people that they're welcome and they can stay and live here safely and they don't have to fear for their lives.
18-year-old Savannah Manning is one of just a handful of Black students at her high school. Earlier this week, she shared how she's been made to feel at times living in St. Helens.
In my 7th grade class, my teacher would not allow me to wear my hair down compared to everybody else because my hair was fluffy and it was distracting, but it was different and it's beautiful. And it just made me upset that I had to deal with that.
Savannah was excited to join a different Black Lives Matter protest organized by students in St. Helens until community members stopped it. They were worried about threats posted on social media suggesting riots like those in Portland would happen in St. Helens.
Sir, you look like a hoodlum for sure.
But then other community members stepped in and made this protest happen.
And all these hoodlums out here, they're school teachers and kids.
And the fact that we can come here together today and protest peacefully and I can let my voice be heard makes me happy.
There were other voices too. One man shouted his response to the Black Lives Matter movement. Around town, a few businesses closed for the day and boarded up their windows, including the post office. A group of people carried guns. A message, they say, to any outsiders with destructive ideas.
We heard threats that they would come down here, try to destroy the town, so we're here to protect it and keep the peace and support the protesters.
Then there was Kirk Pierce. He designed these flyers of George Floyd and passed them around.
Well, I just thought it was important for, as a white guy, to use my voice to try to bring awareness to the injustice that's been happening for 400 years. And it's definitely boiled over.
Those here hope this is the beginning of a new day.
What do we want? Equality! How are we going to do it?
Peacefully! And if it wasn't already crystal clear from those pictures and video tonight, the protest was very peaceful. There was no damage to businesses. And we came away, Laurel, with a sense that people in St. Helens felt very proud of what happened this evening. Back to you.
Catherine Cook live at Pioneer Courthouse Square for us tonight. Thank you, Catherine. New developments tonight in the death of George Floyd, which sparked the unrest we're seeing now. Derek Chauvin, the officer whose knee was on Floyd's neck, now faces a more serious second-degree murder charge. Also, 3 other officers involved in the arrest now face charges as well. All 4 officers were fired from the Minneapolis Police Department. Tomorrow, Floyd's family and thousands of supporters are expected to gather at North Central University in Minneapolis for the first of at least 4 public memorials. We will carry that memorial live here on KGW or on KGW.com beginning at 11 a.m. Now to the latest on the coronavirus pandemic. Much of Oregon is getting ready for the next step in reopening. This Friday, 31 counties could enter Phase 2, while Multnomah County still waits to apply for Phase 1. As Galen Etlin reports today, Governor Kate Brown and state health officials laid out the roadmap they say will likely be following for months.
Oregonians, look out for one another.
A call for unity from Governor Brown Wednesday to fight COVID-19 as counties get ready to open further.
I know our economy has taken an extraordinary blow, but let me be clear.
Into a tight space like that.
I haven't been treated that bad at a fucking Deftones concert before. Like, and that's a rough concert to be at. You get beat up pretty bad in that, just being in the crowd.
Jack in the Box.
Are you tired? We're not tired. Are you tired?
I'll hold that thought for a second.
We're not tired. Are you tired? 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 We're not tired.
No, I was saying, if I had to be held accountable when I worked at Jack in the Box to wear my name tag in the event that a customer had a complaint, I'm pretty sure police officers should be held accountable to wear their name tags in the event that they're involved in a shooting or an assault or anything of that kind. That is the bare minimum. Wear your name tag. Wear your badge number. Have it displayed at all times. Period.
Take off your gas.
And the fact that Mayor Jenny Durkin and Police Chief Carmen Best could not commit to that demand today, she said change doesn't happen overnight. That is a complete affront to all the work that all these activists have done out here, all the hours and time, blood, sweat, and tears. In some cases, literal blood, sweat, and tears, depending on what they're macing us with, or pepper spraying us with, or tear gassing us with, or flash grenading us with that night. It's a complete insult.
Thought they were, and it broke her heart. But anyway, I'm glad it's not closed. It's a great place. If you live in Seattle, please support this business when everything goes back to normal.
Badge numbers and names on their uniforms at all times. The moment they step out of that police precinct, they should have that displayed, period.
Okay, I don't think we'll get separated.
To like a giant.
They can write to corporate. They can fill out a customer survey, etc. I mean, there are so many. Grocery stores are more accountable than the police. Grocery stores are more accountable than the police.
We protect property. We protect people.
That is fucked up.
We protect people. You protect property. We protect people. You protect property. We protect people.
You protect property.
Oh, fuck me. I got it. Sorry.
Not the right crowd. Right there. I said cats. All cats are bastards.
Justice! No! Justice! No!
Justice! No! Justice! No! These things are causing more harm to each other than we're keeping each other safe.
Stop using fingers for basic food!
Hey, I do too. Hey, I have
Give up your pride and stand with us! You're pawns in a game! Pawns in a game! Pawns in a game!
Pawns in a game! Pawns in a game!
Pawns in a game! Pawns in a game! Pawns in a game! Pawns in a game!
Hey! The medical tent moved to 13th and Olive!
13th and Olive.
No.
That's what it just told me right now.
Omari said that?
No.
No, let's wait to hear from. We have all of our gear here. We have medical supplies here. We have resources here. I understand, but I don't think it's a good idea to be splitting everybody up. That's what we do every single time.
It's for acid intelligence.
Yeah. All right.
Pick a fucking time. That's literally we have to organize ourselves.
Yeah, but to try to encourage people to leave right now, I think that's really irresponsible.
Take off your
encouraging anyone to leave. I'm saying the medical tent.
Word. Okay.
Come sleep in Saxon!
What do you need a gun for? Right with your hands! Right with your hands! It's Cosini! Please! You know you are!
Amari's coming up behind us, I think. Oh no, you're good. Oh my God, that story.
Go home!
Go home!
Charles Kinsley, yes, that was heartbreaking.
Looking at you!
That was the.
God! Atone for your sins!
Someone said to give you a Snickers. Yeah. There's a lot of truck people here. I'm sorry.
Huh?
There's a lot of truck people in the comments. They're terrible.
Oh, I bet they are.
Yeah. But you're doing great.
It's so good
Yeah.
to watch Avatar.
I'm allergic to peanuts. Thanks, bitch. You trying to kill me too? Fuck.
I don't see Omari. Oh, yes, I do. Omari's right over here. He's talking over there live.
Preach that. Don't forget.
Let me go interview. Well, a lot of y'all watched Omari already, but let me just go interview him and see how it went.
A rapist and a
I'm sorry.
racist. Just imagine running for somebody that's small who's going to be seriously punished because she's scared. I'm not somebody to believe this man got me. I'm running. The only thing I can do is fight. But either way, I'm probably going to die.
Never for much like something with you, Chief Bass, than anybody who ain't been here. It ain't ate this tear gas, it ain't ate these rubber bullets, it ain't ate this pepper spray, ain't been run up and down the Bourne Hill, and everything else. You feel me? This is what it is. My name is
Whose phone is this?
Now this is just a big silence.
My late night talk show again, and I think I'm gonna do it on Twitch and like have, play music and like talk to my co-host once I find a good one.
That's what this is about, man. You see what I'm saying?
Omari, would you mind telling me who you're talking to right now? I got it. Need it?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I got mine. I'm good. Thank you very much. So,
Defund SPD!
oh, you're good, buddy. We got a lot of people on the live. Can you tell them a little bit about what's happening?
Defund SPD! Defund SPD! Defund SPD!
So much going on here. I just got there. I got on the live feed earlier. They made a challenge to Chief Best to let us see what the officers see. You see what I'm saying? We've been able on the live feed to be able to show people what the protesters see. But we've never been able to see what the police see. And now you guys know me, like I said, I'm not dissing anybody, but I'm not with the protesters, I'm not with Black Lives, I'm not with politicians, I'm not with the political party. I'm Converge Media. That's it, that's what I'm with. And because of that, it's important that I see as many angles as possible. So we met the chief, we walked up there, we met the chief on 13th and Vine, went down, he showed us their setup that's over there. We went to the South Barricade, there's a small crowd over there, real quiet, real chill. We went to the South Barricade, and then we came down here to this side as well. And what I was able to do is able to see the distances between when the officers in the beginning of all these protests were right next to the barricade. And I had somebody hold an umbrella over there and show like how close they were. That's comparison to where they are now. You know what I'm saying? Also talked to her and told her the protesters can't hear the sound. A lot of people as well, a lot of people are asking me, how come I didn't ask this policy question, that policy question, this and that? Man, I'm not into policy. I'm in it being here right now with these protesters. And the things that affects the protesters right now, my top 5 questions are all regarding the safety of the protesters. That's why we're having another meeting. I'll facilitate for all these people who want to talk about policy. My time with the chief right now is about safety of these people here. And that's why it was distance was one of the main things we talked about. You know, distance on the barricade. We told them that people can't hear. They need to put a PA over here. You know, the protesters can't hear nothing anybody's saying. 3, I told them, like, man, leadership counts. Somebody, if they're talking, whoever's talking, come up front. Be seen. You know what I'm saying? Let people know this. People live in this neighborhood. This is their precinct. Whoever's on the mic is their public servant. So whoever's talking should be front and center. 4, I told them, that guy who brings the tear gas, man, he escalates it. Because they put on the mask, they were like, okay. And you see the guy who's over there who fires on you see the guy who fires on the tear gas and he fires on the flashbangs. So my concern tonight wasn't about policy, wasn't about money, wasn't about anything. All my concerns tonight were about the safety of the people who are out here trying to protest. And those are the questions that I asked about.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you. So Mari Salisbury, everybody. If you want to follow him on his live stream, this is his card. Let me see if I can get it pulled up here. Sorry, y'all. There we go. You get the idea, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Maybe.
Is that his foundation?
Alright. Well, that was a failed attempt, but you working with me here, y'all. I am now squished in like a sardine. So
I am a little tiny fish.
yes, you are a tiny, tiny fish. Yep. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can make my way back up to the front for y'all. Hey, yo. Y'all, for the live stream, can I get back up to the front, please? I'm gonna get right. Yep, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it, man.
Appreciate it. Right behind you guys. I'm gonna come back over for the live stream. Pardon me, y'all. Thank you very much, I appreciate it. I'm right behind you, big guy. All right, we are back.
No justice, no peace, no racist ass police.
Plastic Cars is the best Pixar movie!
If love isn't on the list.
Okay. Are we alone? Okay. I don't think so.
And there you see additional sheriff's deputies moving in to take yet another demonstrator into custody. Yeah, we do have people being arrested, Jack. If you can hear me on the microwave. No, it hasn't ended up on TV yet. Hey Preva, the sheriff's deputies arrived and now they're starting to take some of the people into custody. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so sheriff's deputies arrived on scene, and since it was county property, they had to be the ones to make the arrest, and now they're taking the people into custody. Yeah, the demonstrators were on county property, so the LAPD couldn't make the arrest. They had to wait for sheriff's deputies to arrive. The deputies are now here and now performing the arrest.
If anybody has a chant they want to suggest, I can pass the message along. Just saying. Rose, yes, I agree. Is there something up there?
No, they're live streaming together. I want her to see it.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Cops still drink for loco!
Cops clap on 1 and 3.
Yeah. Left in the show, so at some point during the event. Okay, 10 points. As she said, it'll be basically at the very end. They're just going to do something really quick.
Take off your riot gear.
10-4, Jack.
Hey, why do cops love Bofa? Because they love Bofa these nuts.
Wow. heard it here first, folks. You heard it here first. We're here for Black Lives. 40% of you beat your wives.
Simon Destin Alpha, we are clear from NBC. Are we clear to go home?
Oh my gosh, you guys, it is getting nippy out here. Nippy.
Great, thank you.
Thank you guys, pardon me.
Take off your riot gear. We don't see no riot gear. Take off your riot gear. We don't see no riot gear. Take off your riot gear. We don't see no riot gear. Take off your riot gear. We don't see no riot gear. Take off your riot gear. We don't see no. Riot Take off your riot gear! We'll see no riot gear! Take off your riot gear! We'll see no riot gear! Take off your riot gear! We'll see no riot gear! Take off your riot gear! We'll see no riot gear! Take off your riot gear! We'll see no riot gear! Take off your riot gear! We'll see no riot gear! Take off your riot gear! We'll see no riot gear! Take off your riot gear! We'll see no riot gear! Take off your riot gear! We'll see no riot gear! Take off your riot gear! We'll see no riot gear! Take off your riot gear! We'll see no riot gear! Take off your riot gear! We'll see no riot gear! Take off your riot gear! We'll see no riot gear! Take off your riot gear! We'll see no riot gear!
In solidarity.
Take off your riot gear! We'll see no riot gear!
We feel you. We literally feel you. We understand. We're standing because we understand and we feel your pain.
Police have now blocked Downing Street, and we can hear them still trying to break up this crowd. One police officer that I spoke with says that it's really started to escalate here in the last few hours, and that it's rare to see this level of unrest from protesters here in the UK. But she also made the point to stress that the vast majority of these protests have been peaceful and respectful. Maggie Ruley, ABC News, London.
Our thanks to Maggie there. Could you imagine, obviously George Floyd's family would rather have him here, alive, but could you imagine what they're feeling knowing that around the globe people are saying his name and out there in the streets demanding more?
His daughter saying, "Daddy changed the world." Those words ringing true.
Let's go from London to a town in Broxburn, Scotland. Apparently, our team here at World News Now did the math. It is 430 miles away from London. And that's where we find an elderly woman who was ready for some fresh air.
There she is. There she go, riding her scooter at the local skate park. She was thrilled to be there because it was her first time outside in 4 months.
So we know she's a grandmother. The coronavirus kept her in self-isolation because she has a chronic heart issue. We're so glad she made it outside and giving us that little joy. To the Black Lives Matter protest. Our medical expert weighs in. You're watching World News Now.
You wanted to share why you're here, what it means to you.
Note the backdrop right now, everyone. That reef, if you can see it, it's the room where Martin Luther King Jr. was killed.
Take off your riot gear! That's all right here! Take off your riot gear! Appreciate it. Thank you. I ain't got nothing to say, but Black Lives